Good morning. This is the work session for August of 2017 of the Cobb County School District. And the first order of business is, would you please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. And now we'll move on to public comments. Mr. Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This morning we have two speakers. How much time can we allot, Mr. Chair?
Let's do 3 minutes apiece.
3 minutes. Our first speaker is Connie Jackson, who will discuss the start of the school year and calendar, and she'll be followed by Kenny Vanderpool.
Good morning, School Board, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Superintendent, and wonderful, wonderful cabinet. First, I have to say, this school year was amazing. The beginning just went so smoothly. I've been out to approximately 2-3 schools a day, and it's been amazing. I mean, there were no complaints, no major issues. Teachers are super happy. It has just been a true blessing. I mean, I've never seen it settle so fast. The class sizes have really leveled out. Everything has gone smoothly. And I've had no phone calls. And that makes me so happy. So I wanted to thank all of you, and especially the cabinet, for making this the best school year start I've ever seen since I've been here in almost 20 years. So thank you for that. And I know that in October, the superintendent will be bringing the calendar proposal for the next 2 years. And I'd like to urge the board to keep the calendar the way it is. I've been talking to teachers, and we've been doing some surveying, and overwhelmingly, the staff and all of my constituents are in favor of the balanced calendar, and the overwhelming majority of the parents are. It is a wonderful setup for educators because it really looks at how we do grading and the breaks that we need to catch up on the paperwork and all of that. And also, I think for students, and as a parent of high schoolers, it really allows for those breaks, for them to be able to regroup and begin fresh at the different breaks. And it's really a great idea. And we've gone over this. We remember the last calendar issues. And I think the balanced calendar really is the best solution for everyone. So I would urge the board to keep in line with what we have. Thank you.
Our final speaker, Mr. Chair, is Kenny Vanderpool, who will discuss Cobb County schools starting in July.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kenny Vanderpool. Before I begin, I'd like to preface my statements by saying that I do not attend Cobb County Public Schools. I never have, and I probably never will. But I feel that as a resident of Cobb County, I have an obligation to not stand idly by when I see something wrong with it. And that's why I'm here this morning. I'd like to address schools now starting in July. I feel that is unnecessary, unexplained, and all around damaging. And I realize that there's only one day of school in July this year, but for me it's more symbolic of if we start sooner and sooner each year, we're working towards a year-round calendar, and that is something I'm not in favor of. I'd like to generally oppose it on the grounds of, number one, it decreases time for personal education outside of school, things like going touring colleges, holding a job, traveling, mission trips, that sort of thing. I feel that personal education is just as important as general education, and something that cannot be overlooked. Secondly, the sooner schools start again, in addition to everything I just mentioned, a long summer break gives time to families to take vacations and for students just to generally relax. According to a summary published by the American Psychological Association in 2009, 45% of teenagers say they feel pressured by school. This pressure results in decreased sleep, increased stress, and a higher risk for developing conditions such as chronic depression and anxiety. Having a long summer break helps reduce stress in the students and lowers the risk of developing serious mental issues. In a more recent 2014 study by the APA, teenagers' stress decreased by roughly 20% during the summer vacation months compared to the normal school year. So it would seem that having a long summer break not only helps students grow in their personal education, but also protects their mental health. Finally, I'd like to quickly address some arguments for keeping the summer break model. Firstly, it would be more expensive to keep increasing the school year. The California Department of Education has a wonderful year-round education program guide online that breaks down the financials of year-round schooling versus the traditional year we have now. Obviously, the cost will vary from region to region, state to state, but nonetheless, year-round schooling will require more staff, increased utilities, increased maintenance, and increased transportation costs. Secondly, summer break gives teachers themselves time to take classes, increase their education, and expand their knowledge. Moving to a year-round school model would make this, at a minimum, much more difficult, if not impossible. Lastly, certain states have actually tried implementing this year-round school model before. California tried in the 1980s, Texas tried in the 1990s, and it didn't work. They stopped it. North Carolina also tried it. So,
Thank you. That concludes public comment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle, and thank you to our commenters. Next, we have the approval of the minutes from the July 20th, 3rd Tax Digest hearing and the board meeting. And if there are no objections to approval, okay, they are approved. And now we are ready to hear board business. So we'll start with my item, which has to do with the education training plan. And the idea being here is that the state of Georgia requires elected board officials to have their 9 hours of continuous education each year. And this year, I propose that we as a board decide to go to the GSBA conference. I think it starts November 29th, ends December 2nd, where we can each pick up 6 hours of training there. And as part of the plan, is scheduled 2 retreats, one each semester this year, where Mr. Doyle or someone we designate could work with us on our whole board training for 1.5 hours per retreat. So I'll just throw that out there. Any comments, please? Mr. Scamahorn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Has a date or dates been set on the retreats?
That's to be determined at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Thayer.
I think the retreats are a good idea. Have you thought about topics, or is that for discussion also?
Well, I figure that once we get closer to that, we'll send out an email and ask for your input.
Good.
In fact, part of the thought behind it also is to allow for some opportunities maybe to do brainstorming type things of subjects, where we can have more dialogue that sometimes don't fit in necessarily a work session, but that we would like to discuss amongst ourselves. So, yes.
Sounds good.
Anyone else? Okay, so we'll need to put this on the up for vote on the business session. All right, thank you. Next, we have Mr. Morgan has the next 3 topics. Let's start with technology being infused into communication from counselors. Mr. Morgan, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to everyone. I want to start by saying that one of the things that drive me is I try to make sure that I stay locked into a lot of personal development and people who are really successful, irrespective of field. And I was recently reading something about the head football coach at University of Alabama, Nick Saban, and he has a rule where if they win a national championship, they have a 48-hour rule. You can celebrate for 2 days, and after that, it's back to the process, and it's back to how do we become better. And another nugget that I take a lot of solace in is they constantly investigate their processes. What are we doing? Why are we doing it? Is it the best that we can do? And if it is, you keep doing it. If not, you tweak it. You overhaul it And I think that I know that that's important to say because I want to preface that before these 3 agenda items, because in my mind, my rationale and motive is steeped in what are we currently doing, how well is it working. First thing, the first topic is about counseling, and our counselors, rather. And I want to first start by thanking Mr. Birch at Pebblebrook High School and Mr. Pearson at South Cobb High School. They're both the lead counselors there, and both of them were very generous with their time in terms of sitting down with me and helping me really understand the ins and outs of what we do in counseling, or what our counselors do on a day-to-day basis. And it was very gratifying because I learned a lot. And the first thing I'll start with is this. The current model that we use in terms of a kid and a counselor, it's not that much different than when I graduated in 1989. Not a whole lot that's different. It's pretty much Counselor A has students A through H. You have at at South Cobb, you have about 450 kids, and you get to work. These are things that I learned. In the 9th grade, you do your individual graduation plan. 10th grade, you do move on when ready. And if I'm not mistaken, move on when ready and dual enrollment, is that the same thing? Pretty much the same thing? Yeah. Okay. 11th grade, we circle back to, hey, our individual graduation plan. Senior year, what are you going to do when you graduate? That was what was communicated to me. And I also picked their brain about, well, what do you think we could do better? Is this paradigm the most feasible? And some very interesting revelations that I want to make mention of during this time. The first question I asked was, is there a way to infuse technology into our current paradigm to make it more feasible in terms of communicating with parents? Is the current paradigm, because of the workload and the case, is it what it should be, or is it something we can do different? These were the takeaways. One, again, talking to the counselors at the schools that I mentioned, one, when a kid is currently scheduled in the 9th grade to come in and meet with his or her counselor, my question was, how does the parent know? Now, I'm just speaking about Pebblebrook and South Cobb. I don't know if it's different at different schools. They say they don't know. Me as a parent, I'll be upset. You're bringing my kid in, talk to him or her about I want to be a part of that. That's what I'm saying. I want to have some knowledge of that. Currently, right now, you go and meet, they make the plan. But here's the solution to that particular thing that they brought forth. One, is it possible to send out a text message to the parent? Your child is meeting September the 9th at 11:45 with Mr. Johnson about his or her individual graduation plan, dual enrollment, 11th grade plan, 12th grade plan. You're invited to come because I asked them, can parents come? They say yes. And the second thing I said, well, how do you think, would it be possible to Skype that parent in? Would it be possible to say, okay, I got a text message, I put it in my phone, I know that my child is meeting with Miss Johnson. I got the text message, okay, I'm working. I can't make it up there at 11:45 or whatever time. Can I Skype in? So now, even though the parent has not physically walked into the building, can we say, okay, but I can set aside 30 minutes at work or whatever it might take so that while we're doing this plan, I'm a part of this conversation with the counselor, which I think would be in everybody's best interest, getting more parents engaged and involved that way. Second thing was this. He brought up schools that traditionally have high transiency rates, high school level. South Cobb, Pebblebrook, Osborne. I don't know. Might or might not have mentioned Campbell, but I don't remember. This was also the feedback. We spend so much time at the beginning of the year with registration, with in class changes, that it puts us behind when it comes to getting into the classrooms to do the academic aspect of our jobs. Their question was this, and I didn't know this. They communicated to me that they have this in Douglas County. Can there be a central hub for registration that would say, okay, ma'am or sir, that's where you go and register. So when you come to the school, you finished all that. I'm not going through your mortgage and your lease and do you have your immunization records? They say they're so inundated with those things right now that it puts them so far behind. So if I have 450 kids, I'm not going to get to all of them. Regardless of how hard I work or how efficient, I'm not going to get to all of them because of the current paradigm. So those are the two things that I want to ask this morning. One, can we infuse technology in the sense of parent gets a text message, this is when your child is having his or her date with the counselor, and they told me it's at least a week's lead time for that. And secondly, is it possible to have, similar to what was communicated to me, a central registration hub where parents can go so that by the time they get to Pebblebrook or South Cobb or Osborne or possibly Campbell, I'm ready. We can start at the same time doing the same things that counselors at other schools are able to do who don't have the same transiency rate. So those are my two questions.
Mr. Superintendent.
So, first of all, I apologize for whatever sound my voice is going to make, if any, today. But let me comment first on the text messaging. The challenge to that, and it certainly is a challenge, and all challenges can be overcome, but the challenge to text messaging is we don't provide teachers with a cell phone. So they would have to use their personal cell phone, and I don't think we'd be in a position to require someone to use their personal cell phone to communicate with parents on the texting side of that. So we'd have to, and that being said, I don't know if there's texting applications online to where you don't have to use a cell phone, that kind of thing. And so we can check into that. But that's one of the first challenges I see to texting. The other challenge to texting is we have to have the parent's cell phone. And that's not a requirement as far as information being obtained from the parent, but certainly if they do, it's kind of like their email address. We like to be able to send out emails from the district as far as inclement weather, and also text as well from our central system. And we can only do that if the parents have provided that information during the registration process. Central registration, there are districts that do central registration. As a matter of fact, we've discussed this multiple times. The challenge that we ran into was how to staff that. Because obviously our budgets are tight, and having additional staff for registration, then you get into, okay, whoever is in charge of doing the registration at the school, is that their sole responsibility? If yes, then that would be easy to say, okay, we can take that position and then we can move it to a central registration location kind of thing. But if it's the main clerk for the school, that's just one duty, so then that would be an additional position. That's what we ran into. And to be quite honest with you, after the initial discussions we had in executive cabinet, it's been a while since we've had those, because that's when Greg was here, because the topic of conversation is kind of looking at it like we have the International Welcome Center. It's the same kind of philosophy. But we ran into the staffing wall. So that's where we wound up stopping the discussion, because we did not have budget to fund additional positions. Could we have made budget to fund additional positions instead of something else? Absolutely, but we prioritized the positions that we did add to the budget. It was just a higher priority than the central registration.
Okay.
So that would be my comments. Okay, Skype. That's my notes. You're not supposed to be looking at my notes, man. So, putting my technology hat back on, to do Skype, we generally have to set it up so that we can open that up because it's not open for everybody all the time, 24/7. So that would be a challenge because of our security protocols on our firewall. Now, could it be done? Yes, but we would need to get into some serious thought and deliberation over that because generally what we do is we set up Skype for a teacher to have a guest speaker Skype into their class. Having it down to an individual level, that could very easily turn into a nightmare for support. But now going back to that, kind of on the text messaging, if you have a teacher or a counselor or whomever that is using their own personal cell phone, certainly, the FaceTime and those kind of video conferencing applications on the cell phone would certainly, and those are not limited to our internal firewalls.
Mr. Scamahorn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And although I thoroughly enjoy exploring new possibilities because innovation and possibilities is how you move forward. And I'm also on record, if I could wave a magic wand, I would add 2 counselors to every high school and middle school that we have, and at least probably 1 at every elementary school. That's how important I think their job is. And but there's a couple of things I would be concerned about from a practical standpoint. One, I believe Skype would actually increase the counselor's workload because now instead of just having one person in the room, which is a young adult, you're having to conduct a committee meeting basically with 1 or 2 parents and the student. And then 2, the other practical thing is I would say probably even starts fairly strongly in the sophomore years, but certainly in junior and senior years, students don't want their parents there. Now some do, all parents want to be there. Students are stretching their wings and wanting to move on. So unless we tried to coordinate that even more strongly, I doubt that a lot of our students, we can't even get notes sent home, that students won't deliver them in some instances. So there are some hurdles to get over, even if we had the ability and the money to invest in that. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Thayer.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing this up, Mr. Morgan. I'm a little disappointed back 100 years ago when I was in the schools. I was a counselor at one time also, but then as a high school principal too, we had individual conferences where we planned at the end of the 9th grade. They came into the 9th grade, you kind of figure out what they can do and what they can't do, which pathways they are capable of doing in math and language arts and so forth. So by the end of the 9th grade, we did require individual 9th grade conferences where we planned the rest of their career, and we required that parents be there. And we manipulated ways, didn't we, Mr. Wheeler? It required some trickery and some things, but at Pebblebrook at that time, we had 100% attendance with parents, and we did things like, we managed and got them there. I thought Skype was a great idea. Because I think parents need to be involved in that process. I think they may not want to be, and kids may not want them there, but it's critical. And if you say to them, you need to be a part of it, because it's shocking how many parents think my child's going to college, and you go, wait a minute, he's still in low-level math. They don't have any clue. But if you bring them into that process and they see your child's not going to make it out of high school if we don't change some things here. You know, so I think it's really important that they do get involved, and I think it would be important to try. I hate that we have backed off that paradigm. I thought we were still making an effort to bring them in for that planning. And I think Skype is an excellent way that they don't have to physically be there, but in essence, they can be and say, this is where your child is, and if things don't turn around, you know, it's not a bright picture for your child or whatever. But what we used to say was, we can't plan your child's career until you're here, and we won't do it. So it is essential that you come. That's it, period. So anyway, I liked some of the thoughts along those lines. But I do think on the other side, though, you've talked to 2 counselors. I think that the board is way too far removed to try to come up with plans until we let counselors speak and brainstorm and things like that on ideas and what's needed, you know, like when you're talking about the hub and things like that. I think we're too far removed to say, oh, yeah, this is a great idea, let's do that. You know, they need to be involved in coming up with solutions to the problems that they face. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Ms. Thayer. Mr. Banks, you want to weigh in?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I do. I've got some questions about what is occurring and how you envision this actually being applied. I know in the when they come up from the 8th grade to the 9th grade, we have 9th grade orientation, parents' orientations, which gives a good overview of what the next 4 years are going to be about. My question also would be, what's our workload increase as far as individual schools when we have additional students coming in, or like you said, the grade changes? How much of additional workload and time is actually being used? We don't know that number. So do we really have a problem as far as accommodating this additional requirement that starts at the beginning of the year? And if it's high enough, then a hub may make sense. If it's very low, then the hub may not make sense. But I would also encourage, if we want to explore this, to get a feedback from the principals and see what their thoughts are. And is this something that they would like to see happening? I'm not sure. So we need to ask that question of the principals, because they're the ones that are affected. You're not talking about elementary and middle schools as far as their counselors are concerned. You're just concentrated on the high schools. So I think it's worth exploring. It may be some merit to it. If we can do something to make the process better and more effective for not only the student but for the parents and for the counselors, we ought to take a look at it. So I appreciate you bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Banks. I have a question. Do counselors have speakerphones?
Yes.
So if a parent wanted to participate without Skype, if the parent was made aware we're going to be doing this or whatever, they could call in and participate. That would be the first. Now, the other thing, and I don't know, it's been a while since I had kids in school, and I can't remember 9th grade, but is the plan written out where it's sent home for the parents to review?
Yeah, why don't let Mary Elizabeth kind of give just a quick overview of what we have currently in place for counseling.
So our counselors certainly carry a heavy load for every one of our schools, and they do a lot of work to support children in their academic planning and then their post-secondary and career planning. Some of the formal instances that occur actually start in 8th grade with the individual graduation plan. And I do want to assure the board and our public that it is expected parents are invited. Participation might vary from school to school and circumstance to circumstance, but it is part of the expected protocol to include parents. If a parent can't attend, there still is correspondence via signature related to that individual graduation plan starting in that 8th grade year. That individual graduation plan is intended to begin setting the path for academic courses over the following 4 years, but of course we all know children make a lot of changes, especially as they enter their 9th grade year. When it comes to starting in 9th grade and that advisement time that is scheduled with a student, that student and that counselor may be meeting with or without the parent, but the parent is still invited. And I just want to assure the board that that invitation is consistent. Participation, again, might vary, and strategies to enhance participation might be something we could examine more closely. Then junior year is another time where there's some serious planning that takes place. Again, parent invited, not required participation, and that's really talking about on-time graduation or ways that we might accelerate on-time access to graduation. I think in a nutshell, that's a quick summary of what's in place to be occurring, and certainly due to this conversation, we can have some reflection on the consistency of practices from school to school.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Davis. Anyone else? Mr. Sweeney.
Thank you. And Mr. Morgan, thank you for bringing this up. I don't think there's any member of the board that doesn't encourage, the participation of parents as far as these counseling sessions. And I think, as Dr. Davis just alluded, it's impossible to compel the parents. You can't make it happen. I mean, for example, what if you have a student that a parent that refuses to participate? Are we going to penalize the student? The other thing is, I'm looking at our policies. So, from a global standpoint, what are we doing from a policy standpoint? We already have communication policies. We have communication with parents and guardians. School personnel shall be responsible for making reasonable efforts in the communication processes, including appropriate written, electronic, and telephone messages. And it goes on. I'm not going to read this whole thing. So mindful that the board is responsible for policy matters, is there a policy proposal, that is, on the table here? And then at the onset of things is that to what extent? I mean, we already have the invitations, I believe, that go out to the parents in some way, shape, or form. And if that invitation is going out, it's really the parents' responsibility at that point in time to avail themselves of participating in it. And I think everybody here would, completely agree. But to the extent that, we're telling people that you have to do certain things from a policy standpoint, are we getting into the micromanagement aspects of things as well? And I think that's a very cautious approach that the board has to take into consideration. The other question I have, for example, if we were going to do things like Skype, for example, are there any FERPA issues related to Skype that we might have to be concerned with as far as teleconferencing or things like that? So I don't know if that's an issue or not. So it's something else to take into consideration.
So let me, since you brought Skype back up, let me jump in here. As you know, I'm never bashful about answering a question, but I will always admit when I'm wrong. Most of the time I do. So the information I provided was dated, because I do remember us having to open up Skype sessions for teachers to bring in guest speakers and that kind of thing. However, I was texting Angie, and she corrected me, and so we do have Skype for Business because now it's part of Microsoft Office. So we do have that ability. So it's not a scheduling nightmare, as I described. So that's certainly capable of being done. It does require a little bit of action on the other end for them to make sure they've got the plug-in in the browser kind of thing. But to get to the FERPA, there would have to be some kind of confirmation that who is on the other end of whether it be a conference call or a video teleconference would have to be confirmed that it is the parent or guardian, because that would be who has access to the information pertaining to said student.
Okay, Mr. Sweeney, and then Ms. Thayer. And then Mr. Wheeler, I'm sorry. Mr. Wheeler wanted to speak also. Could you mind if
Could I
we?
just ask a quick on that one point? What do we do now if that person walks in and says they're the parent? I mean, we don't require driver's license or anything.
There has to be there has to be proof. That's according to law. And the reason I bring that up in that regard is because in a custody situation, for example, if
So if someone comes in for a parent conference, they show their driver's license or something?
that's what's expected, yes. Because
So they could do that on the Skype also, then they could flash their driver's license?
Yeah, well, it'd have to be more than flashing, but there would have to be confirmation.
Yeah, but I mean, they could do whatever.
Because in a custody issue, not only do you have to prove that you're a parent, you have to prove that you have some part of a custodial relationship per a document. So, can somebody come in that does not have guardianship and ask for the records of the student? And that answer is absolutely not, according to the law.
Right.
So and that's the extreme, right? So we have to make sure of that. So to that end, we would also have to do the same confirmation process with, and I don't.
Same
not sure
thing we
how,
would do if they walked in the door.
Yeah, I'm not sure how we would do that on a conference call, for example. So we would have to make sure that the proper checks and balances are in place to make sure procedures are followed and the law is adhered to. Thanks.
Okay. My apologies, Mr. Wheeler. I'm taking notes, but I got to remember to look at my notes. Weigh in, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say that I don't think there's any doubt that communication is important and it's needed. Like I say, that's a two-way street. In the guidance departments, I can tell you at McEachern, Hillgrove, and Harrison are very open. They are doing things, various methods, and utilizing a lot of different ways to communicate. I went to Hillgrove last night. The principal, Ms. Stewart, had a meeting with the community, kind of like open talk and things like that, and the guidance counselors are there. I think that, like I say, I know in those three schools, the guidance department are doing a lot of good things, and I think that they're open to anything and methods that they can use. I don't know if we need to be mandating. I would just think that you would use whatever you could to communicate with different people. But to make everybody have to do other things, I don't know if that's the answer. Because I think it's a two-way street. If you want, as a parent, want to talk with me, and you want to utilize that, and I can, yeah, do it. That's all I was going to say. I don't know.
Somebody else.
Well, Scott wanted to weigh in, and all right, Mr. Sweeney.
Well, I concur with what Mr. Wheeler just stated, is that I think, again, I'm just going to go back from a policy standpoint. We already have a policy that basically says that our personnel shall make reasonable efforts to communicate. So at the same time, we heard from Ms. Thayer saying that there was effective methods that were deployed at the high schools that they worked with that were at the principal's direction that basically got people to do what we really all agree we want them to do. Okay, and so I think the tools are there, and I think at the school level really should be determining what's the best method and the way for them to reach out to their community, to have them take an active participatory role in that counseling process. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Morgan, you want to wrap it up?
I do. A lot of great feedback. I do have comments, and then I have a couple questions. First, I don't know where the talk of mandating parents to do this started. Nothing I have mentioned, insinuated, or implied said that this is something that was mandatory. This is merely suggesting other avenues that we could approach that could make it better than what is currently happening. That's the first thing I want to say. Second thing I want to say is we talk about these decisions need to be made at the school level. I completely agree. That's why I spoke with the head counselors at the schools in my post about what is your current paradigm. Are there any ways that we can assist? If there are not, if it's going, move out the way and let you keep doing what you're doing. If not, then what could be meaningfully brought up to my colleagues to possibly consider about what can be infused? I think that the similar approach that we've taken with literacy, we have customized our approach. We have acceleration and more intensity at some of the schools that you and I represent, Susan, and at places where it's humming along, stay out the way. I think the same thing with counseling. We can't say, okay, what is keeping things humming along at Hillgrove or McEachern or Lassiter or Walton or whatever schools, and say, well, that's just kind of how we do it across the district. I think it would behoove us to have customization around how we do counseling. Also, I wanted to say, before I ask a couple questions of my colleagues and Chris, I want to make sure that when I talked about Skype, well, not when I talked about Skype, when Mr. Pearson, the lead counselor at South Cobb High School, spoke about Skype, he didn't speak about it increasing workload. He said he feels like it would make it more efficient to get to everyone and bring more parents into the fold. So I don't want that to be misconstrued that, hey, we're just adding something else for you to do. Having said those things, there's a couple questions that I have based upon what you what you mentioned, Chris. First would be, or maybe it's better for Dr. Bacon. What would Skype look like? Like, would it be a situation where, okay, this is something that, would it be a project that's saying, okay, maybe next school year we can try to infuse it? I mean, what's the scalability or scale and scope of something like that potentially taking shape?
So, first of all, the counselor would need to understand the nuances of Skype for Business, understand the program.
Okay.
Do we have video tutorials out on the intranet? Okay, so we do have that. So we would not have to do a formal quote-unquote training. So the counselors would need to understand, what the utilization of that product is, and also what to tell the parent or guardian on the other end that they need to do on their computer and what they need to have. So that's pretty simplistic as far as what would be required for that to be an option. And, as we've kind of already discussed, that tool is out there. Okay. So, the counselors can utilize that as long as, the board, is agreeable to say, yes, that's an acceptable utilization for counselors to do, and then we can let the principals know that, okay, this is an option, and then that's the end of it, and it's up to the counselors and principals and schools to utilize it then.
Okay.
Ms. Thayer.
Could we just say that, like Gail Smith would do an in-service with them before anything started? Before anyone.
Yeah, and again, that's what I was getting to about the video tutorials that we have. So it wouldn't be required to pull counselors out of the schools. She could simply send an email to the counselors and say, hey, just want to let you know the board discussed this as a topic. It's available for your utilization during classes as long as confirmations take place, A, B, C, D, and then here's the video tutorial. Thanks, have a good day.
Something like that, yeah. Just so they've done that before.
Second question I have is, what would staffing, you talked about other priorities that we've had. If there were a central hub, I don't, before Mr. Pearson brought it up to me, I had no idea about this. We talk about 2 people, 3 people, 1 person, 2 people from each school. What would we be speaking of? What the staffing requirements when these things were discussed, what numbers were we thinking or discussing?
Well, I'll be very honest with you. The conversation dropped when it became more complex of a situation of determining, okay, who does the registration at the school? Well, could those people go from the school to the central registration site? So that's where basically it stopped being a priority. And I brought it up when we were discussing it because I knew other districts were doing that. And my question was, is it more efficient? Is it more effective to utilize the central registration process? As large a district as we are, it's not going to be a small undertaking. I can tell you that. But we can study it again, discuss it, because, again, that's when Greg was here, and obviously he's not now. But we can kind of do a compare and contrast of the IWC, the International Welcome Center, and then get that information to the board, and then determine if we want to, discuss that in a budgetary type manner in the next budget.
Final thing I have, Mr. Chair, is that again, I want to underscore that if we have the people that's working in our schools telling us these are our realities, this is what's happening. This is why at South Cobb, if I have a workload of 450, this is why I'm only getting to 296. When if I'm at another school, I can get to 453. And if there are ways and avenues to create the same outcome but customize it, then I feel like those are things that we need, we certainly need to explore. And finally, I'll say, if in terms of policy and listening to Chris, there doesn't seem to be any need for any type of policy enhancements or additions. Yes, right. And I just wanted to note that because, prior to crafting policies, it's good to have conversations and discussions first, as opposed to the other way around. So that is it. And I took copious notes, as Mr. Scammahorn often says.
Copious. I don't know about that.
Like me, well, at least that's how it was for me. That's considered copious. But anyway, I appreciate that, and I will certainly communicate with the respective counselors this conversation. And when we roll around to the next budget, I'll put that note in my phone about if it's feasible. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Scammahorn had one more thing.
Just a quick follow-up. If I heard Mr. Ragsdale say, have you looked into the registration where, on online registration, and are there other medium to large high school districts doing it?
Not online, but central registration, meaning you go to a different location regardless of what school you're going to. You go to the registration site and say, I want to register my child for school.
Okay.
So, for example, at the beginning of school, how we had done at Belmont Hills, right, for the early kindergarten proof of concept we had 23 new kindergarten registrations that came to Belmont Hills to register their child. And 22 out of 23 went to early kindergarten. I'll just throw that in for free. Didn't cost anybody anything. And so then a central registration example would be they wouldn't go to the school. They would go to, 590 Commerce Street, for example, and then they would go to register. They would be told, okay, here's your school. Based on your address, you're now registered. Thanks, have a good day.
Okay.
And that's a very much oversimplified example, but that's pretty much how
I have if I may, Mr. Chair, ask Mr. Morgan some very similar question. Mr. Morgan, are you aware of any medium to large school district that is now doing what we're discussing?
I'll respond, Mr. Chair. Only one I'm aware of, Mr. Scammahorn, I guess it would be considered small, would be Douglas County. That's the only one I know of, and Paulding does it. So I don't know, they're small, but medium to large size, no, I do not know of any.
Okay, that may be an indicator of the difficulty. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Ms. Thayer?
The reason I was saying earlier that we need more input from people closer to the problem, excuse me, I'm having the same issues with the vocal cords here, but is that if I were still a guidance counselor, number one, I think it's a bigger problem in certain of our schools that have more transiency than it is a system-wide problem. I would have preferred to have another registrar at my school. Number one, it's a hardship on families to go to a central location. Probably takes more time. The kids have already missed some school. It's making them miss more school. Paperwork gets lost. I'd rather get them to the school, let us handle them, have that person in my school, this additional. So I'd rather have had a staff member added to allotments at the schools that have high transiency. So again, I think we need more input from more counselors at the schools where these are problems and administrators before we come up and just say, this is what we need to focus on, or is my thought.
Well, and let me piggyback on that. When we were discussing it, it was discussed that we would need more than one location. So a Douglas or a Paulding, they can do a one location, but a Cobb, that, to your point, is going to make it more detrimental to the parents as far as traveling and these kind of things to get to the one spot. So we would need to do multiple locations, and that is what gets into the cost. So again,
So it would probably end up being cheaper just to put the staff members that are needed at the few schools that have the significant problems.
So I think this is a perfect example. We didn't mean for it to become this, but this is a perfect example of us having to, in our budget situation, having to prioritize staff because getting back to counselors, if we could add additional counselors, we certainly would, because the ratio of students to counselors is too high. And then when you get into things like youth science, where, that's the program that we did a proof of concept on, along with many other districts, where students were taking, it's kind of like the career assessment, but it goes a little bit deeper. But then that's also an additional something on the plate of counselors. And to your point, Mr. Morgan, when we do things, we try to take things off of the plates of whoever is being impacted, whether it's teachers, counselors, principals, central office, et cetera. So that being said, from counselors to the registrar, clerks at the schools, Angie was texting me that we're working on online registration. We're not there yet, but certainly online registration would kind of be the best of both worlds about what everybody's talking about, which was, the parents could register remotely, not have to go to the place. But also remember, because transiency is real, and is a real issue and a hurdle for us, that all of a sudden now online registration, being able to have the procedural process in place to confirm somebody's residential address, and confirm that. So we then don't get into, okay, we've opened up online registration, but now all of a sudden we've got to have more people go out and confirm addresses, because all of a sudden, the top school choice schools are now, 180% over capacity kind of thing. So we do have to be careful and truly, work smarter, not harder, but sometimes technology allows things to occur and loopholes to be created when we didn't have those to start with. So all of that to say, we have discussed central registration. We'll continue to look at it to give you a better picture, because I do not have the recollection of the details surrounding that. I do know it was a cost, and that's why basically we just stopped discussing it, because we didn't have the budget to do that. So during the next budget session, if Alice, if you'll remind us that we need to get some numbers to put on that, we'll bring it during the budget.
Okay, Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a couple of questions about, again, for a student to come in and change grades or adjust their, their 4-year plan or whatever. I still would think we would need a number of how many occurrences occur in a school to see whether it's worthwhile to have something on a central hub situation. And the other point I want to make is for new parents coming in, they're going to go to the school that they live in that district. They're not going, and how are we going to identify them, which we probably won't be able to, and then how we get the word out that they need to go to a central hub. So I see a problem there as far as new parents coming in, and like you say, when you get 30 or 40 new parents coming into a school, that's quite a few numbers. That's a big number. So they're going to come to the school that their child's going to go to first. So how they get to a central hub, I just don't know how that would ever work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Banks. Does that pretty much wind it up? So we're leaving with more questions than we have answers. And we'll move forward now. Let's see. Next, Mr. Morgan is the Principal of the Year.
Yes. Everyone knows that the commonality of thriving business enterprises are the people, period. And when I think about the different pressure points of our school district and the people that make them go, I'm constantly searching for ways of how is this person applauded, accolades, things of that nature. Always thinking about, and we're human beings. All of us want validation. All of us want applause. From the right people, we want, hey, you did a good job. Thank you. And I don't care whether you're talking about the Cobb County School District or a person right now doing a job in a governmental capacity. Well, I guess this is government in a sense, but we all need it and want it and deserve it. And again, I go back to thinking about what are we doing and why are we doing it? And, the conventionality of certain practices. Like the power of conventionality and conditioning is very strong. Sometimes you just stop thinking about it just because that's what we do. It's just never really thought about it. Sports analogy for all my friends. I don't care what sport you take. Don't do that to me, Susan. If you're a player, they have some type of award for you. NFL season is coming up. They're going to have an MVP. If you're a coach, head coach, they have that. If you're an assistant coach, they have that. If you're a general manager of the team, they have that. They even have owner of the year. Not just football, baseball, basketball, 3 major sports here. And I think that it underscores the point that I'm making. We do an excellent job as a school district celebrating our teachers. At least that's my position. We have Teacher of the Year, which is selected by their peers. We have a celebratory event for teachers. And I don't know if the celebratory event includes the handprints, but if you are the top teacher, if you rise and you are the top elementary, middle, and high, we have a partnership with Ed Voiles. You get to lease a car for a year. And this board just recently passed the motion that if you're one of the Teacher of the Years in the 100 and some odd schools we have, a certified employee, you get a $1,000 bonus. Great stuff for our teachers. Everybody up here, if we could do more, we would do more. Now let's look at, if I'm a second grade teacher right now at Bryan Elementary, my focus is my class and my kids. If something happens down the hall in the 4th grade, I might hear about it, I might have some input, but my primary responsibility are the babies that's in my class. But if I'm the principal, I'm responsible for the academics of that school, the safety of the school, the operations of the school, community engagement, culture, business relationships, a bevy of responsibilities stop at my desk. That's a big job. That's a huge job. Right now, in our school district, when you compare what we justifiably do for teachers to what we have in place with principals, it's pretty eye-opening. Unless, and I talk with, and I'll get to that in a second, unless I'm missing something, what I currently understand is this. What do we have in terms of a district that says, principals, something similar to Teacher of the Year? What was communicated to me is we have a dinner sponsored by the PTA. And PTA is not even an entity, it's a separate entity from the Cobb County School District. So when you take that away, what do we have in place for principals? Now, as you stated, Susan, other people might have, but I especially remember you, is before making a decision, talk to the people that's doing it. A wide enough sampling that you can get a pretty good feel of what's doable, what's not doable. So when I thought about Principal of the Year, I said, you know what? It's something we don't do. And typically, and Chris has said this before, when you want to do something different in education, boy, a lot of times you're pushing a boulder up a hill. Just because this entity is real risk averse. Just, hey. So what I did was, I said, let me think about principals in my post who've been in the area long enough and are widely considered stabilizing forces in their schools and in their communities. The other thing was this. I hate having conversations with people who communicate to me stuff that they think I might want to hear. Tell me the truth. It's a bad idea. It's a good idea. Somewhere in between. And I spoke with principals who check those three boxes. Ones I have strong professional rapport with, that's candid and forthright with me, and they are stabilizing and significant forces in schools in my post. Consensus. What was the consensus? Think it's a great idea. I think it's a great idea. I'm not going to say their names because I committed to them that I think it's a great idea. And let me tell you specifically, I went a step further. Anybody here know Bill Brantley? Okay. Bill Brantley said, I can show you right now. I welcome the idea to talk to you about potentially expanding our current relationship with Cobb if it were to include principals. So, in my mind, I think a criteria, what my suggestions would be, back to what you said, Susan, the people that do it, cast a wider net beyond the principals I spoke to in my post about it, come up with a potential criteria, see if Ed Voyers, who's a great partner of the school district, would say, hey, you got 3 more cars you'll lease for a year for whoever rises from the elementary, middle, and high, and attach a bonus. I think that those are valuable, significant steps that we could take when it comes to how we currently do what we do for principals in our school district. I know it's a 180-degree turn, y'all. I know, but I do think that if it's not that, then I think we most definitely need to explore what are ways that we can honor and celebrate those people, who strap it up every day and make sure our schools are safe and successfully running. So I think that Principal of the Year would be whatever it looks like, would be a great addition to our school district.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Mr. Scamahorn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I find it a little bit amusing is pushing a boulder up the hill. Is that a new sport or a new sport analogy? Do we do that? On a little more serious note, I may differ with my colleague a little bit. Part of the things that we do as a society or a group or small group in recognizing people that do special things, not everyday things. And part of the things about being a principal, or part of the things about rewarding teachers, are they're doing a special job for basically low wages. They're not being paid for what they're supposed to do. I mean, for what they're doing. And many other folks in education too. I would differ that in this sense, principals get well compensated. Okay, and even as an assistant principal, a major thing for me knowing I did a good job was getting my contract the next year. Okay, that's reward. Doing your job well, and knowing that there's got to be some self-satisfaction. And the folks that move up to principal and beyond, are we going to start recognizing district people, and where does it stop? So I'm not really trying to throw cold water on recognizing people that do special things, no matter what the salary. But generally speaking, principals are rewarded, I believe, handsomely by salary and in other ways. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Scamahorn. Ms. Thayer?
I hear where you're coming from, but I disagree some on that. I've done the assistant principal, central office, and I would have to say there is no more important position in a school system than a principal. Sorry about that, Mr. Ragsdale. But I think that the superintendent has I'll have to say superintendent is the most difficult position in a school system. But other than that, the principal is next because they have such a heavy burden. It is tremendous, the weight that they carry, even above central office, I think. It's just everything that happens in that school falls on a principal's shoulders. If we don't have the right person in that position, it can destroy a school. The morale, the achievement, everything there. I think it's an absolutely critical position, and I don't think there's any way we can pay those people enough for what they do and the responsibility they have. However, they are a part of the leadership of this district. I don't think we need a board member of the year. Yeah, you would, Mr. Morgan. But I would only want to do this if the principals voted on it and the majority wanted it. I know you tested the waters, but I would only support it if that's what they all wanted. I don't think they would. Because I would think they would see it probably as a dog and pony show kind of thing, or I'm just not sure they would feel comfortable with it. But if they did, if that's what they wanted, I would support it, but only in that way, because I do think they are a pivotal point and a force to be recognized in our school system. So.
Mr. Scamahorn, you had something else?
Yes, but I also have several comments too. So, thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me respectfully disagree a little bit with my colleague that one job's more important than the other. Jobs are more complex than the other, but if one starts singling out what's most important, I would dare say that if we did away with the custodians, that many of us would probably not want to use the bathrooms after about a week or two at our schools. And same with counselors. If we did away with them, then our students wouldn't be going to the appropriate classes. So complexity I agree with, but that's why we have salary schedules. That's why some get compensated more than others. So I just think, and I would agree that if the principals are looking at this and feel like that it's a necessary thing, I'm not against it. I just don't see the point. At some point, you've got to be doing your job for self-satisfaction and moving on. Now, if we're concerned about quality, as my fellow board member, Ms. Thayer, said, then maybe we need to redouble our efforts as far as picking a different qualification of person. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Scamhorn. Mr. Morgan.
Couple comments and then a question. Let's talk about compensation. I'll start with this. If you look at, we've significantly raised principal pay as much as we can over the last couple years. I feel like I remember us doing that, getting more on par with our metro peers. But there's two things I want to point out to my colleagues. One is, even with that raise, that doesn't mean that other districts are not getting raises simultaneously. That's already above us. That's on the GSBA, David Banks, while I just talk. So it's still relatively low when you think about our peers, our metro peers in Cobb County. So when you think about compensation, you can't say, well, the reality is it's still relatively low. The second thing I'll say is this. I challenge any of us to take a deeper dive and divide their salaries around how many hours they actually work. And then let's see where we stand. I think what we will find is we are getting a bargain on top of a bargain on top of a bargain for people that's in our buildings right now doing phenomenal jobs, making sure our children are safe, academic fidelity, school culture, a mad parent, community engagement, business relationships. The Booster Club has its deal, all the different sports. We sending a group on a missionary trip to such and such, making sure all that's and hoping everybody comes back. Those are the realities of our school leaders. I don't feel like that's embellishment or hyperbole on any regard. So I feel like what I'm asking is, yeah, any of us can feel satisfied about the job that we do. But if somebody says, good job, Chris, you the superintendent of the year in Georgia, that's not going to, in some way, shape, or form, compromise what he does or does not do for the school district. I agree with you. And this is the question. Ms. Thayer, I do agree with you with this. At a very minimum, let's ask them. My deal would be, I would want it done anonymously. Just, hey, what you think? Yay or nay? Let's ask them. Would they want a principal of the year on the elementary level, middle school level, high school level? And if you're talking about 3 people, even though we have a tight budget, a bonus. And see what it says. It might come back 3 out of every 4 says, no, we're good. We don't need all that. But my sneaking suspicion is if they are asked and it comes back in the majority, then I think we should. I think we owe it to them to do it. So that would be my question in terms of feasibility and plausibility of having something like that tossed out there.
Mr. Superintendent.
So we actually did exactly that. No, we did close to that. Because I knew this was going to be on the agenda, I wanted to know, okay, what do the principals think? So I had Alice get all of the level assistants to call every single principal, because I will disagree with you on one account, and that is anonymity. If you're a leader and being asked the question, you better dang well be able to put your name to your answer. Because if you're going to give a different answer because somebody doesn't know who's giving the answer, that's absolutely unacceptable, because leadership comes with accountability regardless of the decision and the answers that's being given and made. So it was not unanimous, but it was 70-30 split. And 70% of the principals said they did not think that this was an idea that they would support. Some of the comments that were given were along the lines of they didn't think that, and these were individual comments, but they didn't think that that fit with our mission of one team, that, you know, even if they were nominated, they would not accept it. They would much rather have their staffs get the accolades. And that was very encouraging because, you know, just from that perspective, every single teacher of the year that was identified in their speech talked about the entire staff. This, you know, this recognition goes to the entire staff at X school. You know, we support each other, that kind of thing. So we actually did ask every single principal, and that's the numbers that, you know, that came back. It was basically a 70-30 split. And that's, you know, that's different than what I would have and what I have said it was in the past, because we didn't ask every single principal. We pretty much use anecdotal conversations with those, but I wanted to get down to the exact number to say, okay, who thinks this is a good idea? And so the 30% that said they supported that and would, you know, like to see that kind of acknowledgement, they had the fortitude to say, yes, I think this is a good idea. I like it. So again, it wasn't, now if it came back, you know, unanimous, that every single principal said, no, we don't like it, then if I were a board member, I would say, well, now, you know, who was doing the asking, you know, kind of thing. So, but that's, again, every single level assistant superintendent talk to their principals and ask them. And so for 30% to come back and say, yes, they support that, that's a significant number. And I'll go back to the survey that I did when I came up with the brilliant idea, let's get paid twice a month. I thought that was a no-brainer. And it came back literally 51-49. So it was definitely not that situation, but I did want to know empirically what the data said about the principals, and that's what the number is. As far as answering the question, you know, would you like to see a Principal of the Year designation?
And you asked that question recently?
Tuesday.
Oh, that's okay.
Mr. Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I heard Mr. Moore, you mentioned the word separate entity a little while ago as far as these recognitions are concerned. The awards, to my understanding, that are given to the Teachers of the Year, that's done through, I believe it's the Give Our Schools a Hand, and that's not through the school district. And I think it's an association with the Cobb Chamber of Commerce, isn't that correct? My understanding, and then for anybody that would be giving awards, for example, to the school district, I think it actually makes sense to do that through a third party. Because what if it's somebody that the school district is conducting business with? So it's, compelling somebody, for example, to give rewards to individuals. I think that really, and it's probably one of the primary reasons it's done through an independent party. So the PTA, to my understanding, also has a principal of the year eligibility. But, I'm looking at a news article, and it's recognizing that there was a Gwinnett principal that was recognized as the principal of the year. So it seems that there's a recognition program there as well. So, the thing is that we've got an independent party that's already recognizing principals of the year. And then we have another independent party, the Cobb Chamber, through their Giver Schools or hand function that is recognizing. Now, from an internal standpoint, I think the schools themselves, they basically nominate an individual eligible to become Teacher of the Year. So if we were going to, and I guess the PTAs do something similar, is that how that works? Yeah. So, there's already some rewards, and believe me, I think I agree that, the principals are, undervalued, underappreciated for the amount of work and the effort they do. The principals that I know, they're at the schools immeasurable hours, and not only just at the schools, but also in community events and everything else. I think it's a noble thing, that you're bringing up, but I think that the processes are already there, and then understanding that we have 70% of the principals that may not be in favor of this. I'm not sure this is something that we need to pursue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. Mr. Scamahorn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to follow up. It was mentioned that other school systems pay more than us, and every employer, whether it's education or not, pays what they can to get the quality person that they really want. And what I would differ with is, yes, other school systems pay more, but I would say also, and people that have left our system to go to those high-paying jobs, the reaction is they're going to earn every penny of it. Why? Because we in Cobb County, and I want to commend the staff, include our principals. I believe that the superintendent has set a standard where we work on our working conditions, our atmosphere, our climate, where it's more conducive to come to work here for a little less money. And money is not the sole driver. And I would point out, and Mr. Superintendent, you correct me, but I believe teachers alone in our work, in our job fairs, we had about 4,200 participants that showed up for whatever few jobs we had. So I would hesitate to say that money is the sole driver, and that there are a lot of other good things that cause people to come to work for an organization than just money. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Superintendent?
Yeah, I'd be remiss if I didn't take an opportunity to say this, because regardless of the conversation, regardless of the outcome, I don't want it to seem like that we as an organization don't do anything to recognize principals. At our L&L meetings, for example, we came up, and this is not to recognize principals, but we came up with the Cobb All-Stars. You can see those videos on our webpage, and that was to be able to allow principals to nominate those individuals that are going above and beyond in support positions. But I say that to say at the L&L leadership and learning meetings that we have throughout the year, we have about 6 to 7 of those a year. I make it a point to recognize principals. We also provide lunch, and we've heard comments from a good number of principals that they appreciate that, to be able to come to a meeting and then have a meal with their peers. And, you know, it's not a lunch and learn kind of thing where, yeah, you get lunch, but you got to sit here and listen to somebody that you really don't care about for an hour. Because I only speak for 20 minutes, and that's before lunch. So I want to say that we do appreciate, to Ms. Thayer's point, you know, being a principal, that principal is responsible for providing the environment for our teachers to work and to do what they do. And that is an ultimately important job for this district. But that's not to take away, you know, to your point about every team member that I have said plays a very important role. And it goes back to when I say we've got two types of employees in this district, those that teach and those that serve those that teach. Our industry is about teaching and learning. The teacher's teaching and the student's learning. And every other position on our team is a service role to allow those teachers to get it done. So I think Mr. Scammahorn made the point about, you know, if you did away with this position or that position or whatever. And I think so you used the custodian example and got way too deep in the weeds there. But anyway, that's a perfect example, because if you picked any position and you said, okay, all of these positions are now gone, that would have a serious impact on our organization and the function of our organization. So I say all of that to say a lot is expected of every single team member in our organization. I had multiple interviews with press before school, and I talked about the high expectations we have of our teachers because we know that they're going to bring their A game 180 days a year. And that's why we experience success as a district. And that being said, those principals are in that role of those that serve, those that teach. And it's the principal's responsibility to provide that environment that is conducive to learning. It's that principal that drives making sure we get everything repaired in the building that's identified by doing a maintenance work order. And then the maintenance department comes and completes that work order so that environment stays positive and moving forward. So I definitely appreciate you bringing this up, Mr. Morgan. And like I said, in the past, we have spoken anecdotally, and that's the reason, because this was going to be on the agenda, I wanted to know, okay, what do the principals think? This concerns them, so I want to know what they think. And so that's why we posed that question to them. Now, do I want to do more for every single person pay-wise? Absolutely. And you mentioned that, Mr. Morgan, that we did address the principals' salary scales to get us more in line and be competitive with other districts. And that's not to say we're the highest paid district for principals, because we're not. But we did want to acknowledge that we need to be competitive so that we can attract and retain the highest level of talent in every single position we have. Because the last thing we want to do is be able to attract people, and then we're training them just to leave to go to another district to make 20 or 30 grand more doing the same thing, or possibly even less. Right. So that is just a simple business decision and a business practice that you have to acknowledge, or it's the law of diminishing returns. The actions you're taking are going to eventually catch up to you, and they're going to negatively impact the organization. So that being said, I absolutely wish we could do more in the form of compensation for all of our employees. There is not a single situation that you can say, okay, we're the highest paid for this particular position. At one point in time, we were able to say a teacher with 10 years experience and a master's degree, we were the highest paid, and that should be the most experienced and best teacher. Now, we all know degrees are not necessarily an indicator of performance. So that being said, we're not going to be the highest paid of very many categories at all, but we have to be able to get to a position of being competitive. because the last thing, again, I know I'm being repetitive, but this is important enough to repeat. We can't allow a principal at any level to be able to go to another district and make 20 or 30 grand more, because ultimately, and I agree with you, Mr. Cameron, it's not all about money, but money talks. So when you get into that big of a difference, you have to acknowledge from a business perspective, you can't be competitive. Just like if we were in business to sell a product and a competitor of ours was selling an equally quality product for 10% less, our sales are going to go down. Granted, we can't run a school district like a business. There's been too many people out there saying, well, you need to run it like a business. Well, you can't, because it's different. Because our product, now if you want to compare business to business, our product is a well-educated student after 12 years. I don't know too many other businesses that it takes 12 years to create a product. So, thankfully the microphones were off for the answers that I won't repeat. But anyway, I want to say out loud and often that I do appreciate our principals, because they do have a very, very difficult job, just like teachers have a very, very difficult job. And we've talked about, teaching should be the most revered profession that we have, and it just simply is not. You find that in other countries, to where a teacher is the most important and hierarchical high position that you can have. And unfortunately, it's not that way. And Mr. Chastain has made this point in numerous speeches that he has brought to our employees about, pointing to a cell phone or pointing to a computer or pointing to any kind of product that's been produced or a service, doctors, lawyers, any profession you look at, the great things that have come out of those professions have been made possible by teachers. That's just the fact of the matter. So, I do want to make sure that our brand is very highly sought after. And I've said to many groups when I speak, I want our employees to wake up and want to come to work to no other place but the Cobb County School District. I want our parents to wake up and want to send their kids to no other school district other than Cobb County. That's a goal. Now, how you attain that goal can't be singular. It can't be, well, we're going to pay the most to get this done, or we're going to have the highest test scores to get this done. It has to be an all-inclusive package, and I think to some degree that's what we're talking about, is making sure that we have the best package for every single employee that we possibly can provide. And that gets back to the first point that we were talking about with the technology and the central registration and that kind of thing, is unfortunately our budget situation in Cobb does not mirror our wealth status that is perceived by outside of Cobb. We're looked at as a very wealthy county, and therefore the school district should be a very wealthy school district, and that's simply not the fact. And we've been through, what the budget challenges are for us as a district, and we need to look at different options moving forward to impact our revenue, and we certainly are doing that. And, we don't want to be looked at as, well, we're constantly whining about our budget, because we're not whining, but it's an education point. And that's why we get to discussions like this, and we would like to be able to say we're the highest paid at principal, we're the highest paid at teacher at this level, cabinet positions kind of thing. And to your point, Mr. Morgan, we've adjusted salary scales so that there is promotion paths in our district that don't require somebody to take a pay cut to get a promotion, which is ridiculous. So we have been trying to address some of those things because, again, money is tight, but you have to be able to say, okay, principal, and just because you're a great principal does not mean you're going to be a great assistant superintendent. And just because you're a great teacher does not mean you're going to be a great assistant principal or principal. But for those that are going to fit that category of being a great, the next level, the last thing in the world we want is, we have to freeze somebody's pay so that they can get a promotion, and we've had to do that. And that's just ridiculous. So all of that to say, I appreciate the conversation about recognizing our employees and what you're trying to do as far as, bring, the recognition to the principals, because they do have a very difficult job and they get it done very well.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Mr. Morgan, anything? All right, go right ahead.
After this question that I have, I would like to also ask if we could take a break. But the question I have is this. Chris, you mentioned at the L&L meeting, the principals nominate, I guess, people in their buildings, in their respective buildings.
No, in the areas. So it's actually in the areas. So we'll have 6 all-stars at every single L&L, and that's from the 6 areas throughout the district. So the group of principals, and they're not limited to an employee in their school. For example, Larry Wall, before he retired, he was an all-star. So and I know numerous other central office personnel, which is very encouraging, that they have been nominated as all-stars. So it doesn't have to be a position in the school. Very often it is, but it's not limited in that manner.
Okay, appreciate that. Is there a way to infuse where principals can start being all-stars? I don't know. Never been to an L&L meeting. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but is there a way that, that they can at least be a part of the pool that's considered? Because if I heard this correctly, right now, they're not even considered. Can they be a part of the pool if I'm Principal X and I think Principal Y, I was like, hey, Susan Thayer, she such and such, she can be an all-star that will be recognized at our L&L meetings. That's my question, and that concludes my comments, Mr. Chair.
Not to sound like I'm negating everything that I've just rambled on about, but I don't want to put in place something that could, I'm not saying it will, but that could become, and this is one of the comments that was made from the principals, is that it's a popularity contest. And I'm not saying that it would be, but I would not want to put in place something that it could develop into that. And that begs the question of what would be the criteria for recognizing that, because not only do we, recognize the all-stars, we recognize principals based on their school's performance. Like, for example, the most gains over the past year. We identify those principals, we single them out, we have them stand up, and they get a round of applause, and a well-deserved round of applause at that. So I think where I am, no, I don't think, this is where I am. I agree with the comments that we got from some of the principals that said it goes against our mission of one team. Because the point you made about the coach of the year, the MVP of the year, and that kind of thing, the competitiveness to attain that is through different teams. And so you're not going to have a defensive coach of the year identified out of the defensive coaches for the same team. You're going to have a defensive coach of the year identified from the AFC and the NFC. And I don't want us to get to the point where we have literally principals, coaches, employees, team members competing against one another on the same team for whatever said recognition would be. And I know Teacher of the Year does kind of fit that, although Teacher of the Year, the way we do it, kind of rolls up to the state program of Teacher of the Year. And to that regard, Mr. Sweeney brought up about Principal of the Year, and I forget the acronym, but it's basically secondary schools administrator. It's kind of like a PTA kind of thing that does the Principal of the Year identification. So I do want to continue recognizing our principals for the great work that they do, but I don't want to put, like, for example, we've got 16 high schools. I don't want to have 16 people competing against one another for recognition when right now we've got a situation on our team where everybody is supporting one another. And I'm not saying it would get to that point, but it's kind of like one of those things about, unintended consequences. I don't want us to get down a path and then realize, that's kind of eroded our team to a degree. And I know we're having to make what if statements in this conversation, but I'm trying to go down the path of, I don't want to do anything that would erode any kind of support that our team members have for one another, because that is ultimately important. That we do have each other's back. And that is something I can make that statement. I feel very confident that every team member has each other's back, and that's what you got to know. To take it back to the sports analogy, you got to know if you're the running back that the offensive line is going to open up a hole for you to not get killed, and for you to perform at your best. So I think that's where I am with that. I know I've taken way too many words to say that, but anyway, that's what it is.
Okay. Mr. Banks, just with the caveat, yes, there's been a request for a break. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, what the superintendent says has merited. We don't want to have schools competing against each other as far as, and it would eventually be a popularity contest. But what I would encourage, if we want to go in this direction, is to get the PTSAs involved in the individual schools in recognition of the principals. Now, some already do this. I think if that was something that was encouraged by each board member or maybe even the superintendent, to get the PTSAs involved in recognizing, having a special luncheon or dinner or whatever that recognizes their principal in a way that the community sees it. So that would be what I would encourage to happen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Banks. Okay, without objection, we're recessed for 10 minutes. 10 minutes. We'll be back in here by 10:25. Thank you. We're back from our recess. We're still on board business. And Mr. Morgan, I believe you have the next topic, First Fridays.
We've discussed I think a lot of the conversation we've had today, it's been around people and what are we doing as it relates to people, whether you're talking about compensation or whether you're talking about engaging parents, things of that nature. And the last item on the board business is First Fridays. Chris, and it wasn't coordinated, spoke about the financial realities of our school district when it comes to the constraints that we have for any number of reasons. And I think that when that is our reality, it behooves us, as I said earlier, to always think of, okay, what's another way that I can bring value? What are other ways that I can show some level of gratitude for what you do? And there was a few iterations of this, and I want to thank Brad Johnson and John Adams for helping me. But I will get to what my final idea is. This past year, we gave a one-time bonus. It was $1,000 for everybody. I mean, for the pay raise still. I mean,
Classified.
no, not teacher of the year. I'm talking about just everybody. 1.1%. And guess what? We wish we could have done more, right? It's always the case. That rarely, if ever, changes. So I thought about this. When we're in these types of situations, the idea I thought about is this. What if first Friday of every month, every school year, we cater in lunch for our schools? But it worked this way. And thank you, Brad, for letting me know how much this would cost, Brad Johnson. First Friday, if we did this, first month it would be for elementary schools. The next month it will be for middle schools. The month after that, it will be for high schools, and it would rotate. And what I say, okay, what if it was Jim and Nick's? I asked Brad, so what if it was Jim and Nick's? What if we say, okay, come in there this first Friday, I'm a teacher. Wow, we got Jim and Nick's. I know if I'm a teacher, I'm going to make it in there and get that food. And I'm going to be appreciative that the district sponsored it. So I said, what would the cost be for that? And I think I'm dead on by saying I'm not pulling the message up right this second, but it was $100K for a year. $100K. $100,000 for a year. One school year, which you're looking at a 8.5, 9-month school year. I don't know, somewhere right around in there. You're talking about $10K a month, approximately $10K a month. And again, I want to underscore that these are facts and these are figures that came to me from our CFO. I liken it to sometimes it's if I can't do this for you, but I'm doing that. There's still a lot of thought there's thought that goes into it. I know how I feel if someone does something for me. It might not be the biggest thing in the world, but it's the thought behind it. Wow, you thought about that to do that. And with us being in the tights that we're in, the tights that we currently have financially, I think something like First Fridays and providing lunch and rotating it around grade levels, I think that it is something that would be a shot in the arm for our teachers and our staffs in our respective buildings. And I wanted to present that as an idea to throw out to my colleagues to get your feedback about it.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Does anyone have any feedback? Okay. I don't think we have any other discussion. There we go. Mr. Scamahorn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's several thoughts, but one thing that I would say is, and again, I hate to throw cold water on money projects, but immediately when my esteemed board member, Mr. Morgan, said $100,000, number two shot up for me. That's about equivalent to 2 teachers right there. Okay? Well, it'd be, I will concede it's more like 1.5, but a few pennies would make it 2 in a hurry, and or a counselor somewhere that's needed or something like that. That's the first thought. The second thought is Partners in Ed. That's what they do. That's what each school's supposed to be cultivating, that culture we're talking about, where our communities around each school are doing things like that. So again, I'm not against it, but there's obstacles and practical things why it may just not be feasible. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Scamahorn. Anyone else? Mr. Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to say I think the same thing. Commend Mr. Morgan for looking to ways to recognize, but I think it sends the wrong message to the community. We're going to spend $100,000 on lunch. We're crying budget crisis. I think that money can be better used for, like say, whether it's a teacher or 2 or wherever we need, then say second, the community groups can do that. But like I say, I commend you for looking at ways to increase our recognition and for our teachers.
Okay, anyone else? All right. Mr. Morgan.
I do. Very quickly, I want to say 100K would be a teacher and a half. And in my mind, you compare that to, but this initiative is feeding thousands of people that we currently have. It's showing appreciation to the thousands that we currently have. So to me, if you do a return on investment on that, then I think that what we're doing for those who are on the team outweighs the 1.5 persons that could potentially be a part of our team. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Mr. Scamahorn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I wanted to also echo what Mr. Wheeler said. I do want to thank Mr. Morgan for bringing up his ideas and what he wants to do, what he'd like to do. Most of us, I think, I'm not trying to speak for anybody, but my perception is most of us would love to do just about everything that we could if we had an unlimited budget. But obviously we don't. But anyway, thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Scamahorn. Ms. Thayer.
Again, I think it's a good idea. I think it's a budget item, and we already have the budget set for this year. If you wanted to bring it up for consideration for the next budget year, it could always be considered at that time to see if there's room. But it's $100,000 is $100,000. It's not to be sneezed at. So it would be, to me, it would need to be brought up at the time that we're building a budget.
Thank you, Ms. Thayer. If I could, we said it was 100,000, and how many schools do we have? 114? 112? All right. Okay, so let's call it 900. Let's call it $1,000. It just seems to me that it's doable, but again, with what Mr. Scamahorn mentioned, if you could get a partner in education to come in and be the sponsor, like a lot of other things that happen with civic groups, with the chamber and things, where somebody will be the food sponsor, the host sponsor, that sort of thing. It seems like it's doable, but it'd be another opportunity to work with the local partners in the community right around the school without it having to be funded with tax funds. Mr. Scamahorn.
Real quick, and I've inadvertently left out the PTSA they do things like this too, lunches. I think they have a PTSA week where they do things each day for teachers. So there's a lot going on and a lot of recognition going on in our district. Good things. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, anything else on this topic? All righty, are we ready for Mr. Ragsdale and the superintendent's report?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I hope this is news to you, but obviously we've started school. As it has been the tradition, we have created a first day video. I was able to get out to Compton, McEachern, and Lost Mountain Middle. And I want to say, too, that the press coverage that we have received at the start of the school year has been awesome. So I want to say thank you to Donna Lowry for making that happen, because that has just been awesome this year. The weather, I think we could not have prescribed a better combination of weather that we had for the first week of school. It was just really awesome. And, you know, it was great to see the excitement, as I've stated, as talking to a few people. You know, everybody's happy. Everybody's got straight A's. All the football teams are undefeated. So it's all good right now. And, you know, it's just that first day excitement is always ramped up. You know, it's exciting to see our teachers coming back, because, like I said, our expectations are very high of our teachers, because I know that they're going to bring their A game 180 days of the school year, and that's very well visible in the success of our district. And most importantly, the success of our district is because of the success of our students. So that being said, if we can roll the video.
The first day of school filled with excitement and energy.
How are you? All smiles. You know you're going to be on camera today.
There is wonder and some apprehension.
I don't know what I'm nervous about. What are you nervous about?
And sometimes there's a bit of confusion.
Yeah. Second Brown building.
Second Brown building. Hey.
Superintendent Chris Ragsdale watched firsthand as all of those feelings unfolded on the first day at 3 Cobb County schools.
Good morning.
How are y'all? Good. Good to see you. Yeah.
First at Lost Mountain Middle with Principal Candace Wilkes checking out the auditorium of surprisingly quiet students after they arrived.
Everybody excited to be back in school?
Here, as in all the schools, he visited classrooms, meeting students, greeting staff.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
At McEachern High, Principal Regina Montgomery led the way.
That's if you got through early, you should have left it together. You know, right? Excitement's up. First day. Preseason's over. The game starts today. Our team's ready. The teachers, I know, we have high expectations of them, because we know they're going to operate at above the level every day.
At Compton Elementary,
How you doing? Good. Exactly.
Thanks. Appreciate y'all coming.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
he visited a school of superstars. Superstars who warmly welcomed him. In the various classes, he spent time chatting a bit.
So what do you do in your Samsung tablet?
With this new year, the superintendent is providing something new for all Cobb County teachers. They are using the Cobb Teaching and Learning System. CTLS is a groundbreaking digital teaching and learning environment created by the district that will unify resources for teachers, leaders, students, and parents.
Technology will never take the place of any classroom teacher, but it's our responsibility to make sure we provide the technological tools necessary for teachers to get above and beyond. And having data at their fingertips, that's what makes it real today, because teachers have to know where every single student is in their class in order to meet them where they are and then get them where they need to be. Hey, nice to meet you. Good to see y'all. Nice to see you too. Have a good year.
They are ready. With Cobb Ed TV, I'm Director of Communications, Donna Lowry.
Yeah, so at McEachern, while I was standing there with Regina, I had heard her answer the question of where that particular building was and heard the answer. That's the second brown building on the right when you go down through there. So I stood there long enough to know that. Obviously, McEachern is quite the substantially large campus with about 25 buildings on there. So that was a challenge for some of the freshmen getting there. But it's awesome. Again, you know, the kids, especially at elementary, are just so excited to be in school, and then having our teachers be able to take advantage of that excitement and to meet them where they are and get them to where they need to be. And that was the purpose for injecting the CTLS in there, is that the teachers understand what it means for us as a district to be providing them with tools to get that data that they need to reach every single student individually. Because again, you know, as we were discussing earlier, in 8th grade, the individual graduation plan. Individual, that's where we are today as far as education. Is totally different than it used to be. And each individual student's success is determined by making sure the teachers have the necessary tools in place to know where they are and know where they need to be academically and be able to move them forward. So, that being said, the second item today on Superintendent's Report is a presentation. I'm going to ask multiple people to speak. We also have a video. It's not going to be very lengthy as far as presentation, but I want to take this opportunity because just like CTLS, as was mentioned in the video, Learning Council, as a matter of fact, they have a publication, and they just recently did an article on CTLS. And the title and subtitle is A DIY Teaching and Learning System, Second Largest School System in Georgia Bucks the LMS, and that's Learning Management System, which is typically a purchased application off the shelf, and you have to make your business practices fit whatever system that is. So we are finally getting the recognition of the things that we're doing that are outside the box, that are unique to Cobb, that nobody else is able to do. And has been able to accomplish the way that we as a district have. And the alert point, I know Mr. Scammahorn was there and Mr. Chastain when we were at Kennesaw Mountain High School for the Teacher of the Year announcement, and was able to see somewhat of a demonstration of that system. I attended the training with the staff members because, number one, I wanted to get a sense of, okay, yeah, to a certain degree, superintendents walked in, so they're going to be more attentive to whatever's going on in the room. But as they were coming in, talking to some of the teachers there and the staff, they were greatly appreciative that the attention was being given to student and staff safety. You know, we've mentioned time and time again that that's our top priority in the school district. And this is something new, again, that no other district is doing. Now, we don't have it totally rolled out, just like CTLS. We don't have that totally rolled out. But we will be rolling it out district-wide. We have done, the third school is getting underway as we speak, but we have done Bells Ferry Elementary and Kennesaw Mountain High School. I wanted to make sure from a proof of concept point of view, number one, elementary we did first because it's a smaller platform, it's a smaller campus, be able to work some of the bugs out. But then I wanted to jump into a high school, a multi-story high school. And one of the things that I want you to take note of is in the video, we're talking about how the staff members are able to activate the system regardless of where they are on the campus. They can be on the football field. They can be on the practice field. They can be in the parking lot. They can be in the building. And when they initiate the system, it's able to identify their location and that they need assistance. Now, one of the other things that's very important to this is, and we're obviously for security reasons not going to show the entire active shooter video, but one thing you will notice in the active shooter video is the amount of time it takes. Number one, regardless of the mistakes in the active shooter video that is made about people kind of just sloughing off, there's somebody strange in the building. All of those things aside, from when the custodian sees the man with a gun in the school, the amount of time that transpires between her getting on the radio, talking to the administrator, getting the code red issued to the point in time we are able to get the students in the classroom, it's a significant amount of time. We're not going to say how much time, because obviously this is security and it's confidential, but we need to do everything we can to reduce that amount of time such that we can get all the students and staff in a safe place. I did not realize this statistic, but in an active shooter environment, regardless if it's a school or a business or what, those individuals, there has never been a death of anyone that was behind a locked door. So that says a lot. And I want to go ahead and identify one of the projects in SPLOS 5 that we have put in this notebook is to rekey every single school. That's important because everybody that's worked in a school, and even in your house, knows, okay, you give a key to the neighbor so they can, feed the pets when you're away on vacation. Well, you forget to get that key back, or, that kind of thing. So you take that example and you kind of exacerbate it into a school to where, think about how many staff members are in a high school. How many staff members need to open up the main access door? And then those staff members also have to make sure they have and can locate and can easily operate the key to their classroom door. So we're taking this very seriously. I was very encouraged and impressed at the level of intensity and the level of intensive attention of the staff to this system, as they're obviously going to be able to be one of the proof of concept schools that goes through that this year. The other thing I want to talk about just real briefly is the ability of our public safety officers to be notified. So what we have done, and I know normally we'd show the video and then talk after, but I want to have you be able to understand what's going on in the video when you see things happening. What we have done with this system is give every single staff member the ability to activate a code red. And so at the initial statement of that, the initial thought is, well, what happens if they mess up? Or are we sure we want to give that to every single staff member? And the reason is because, again, going back to the active shooter video, when you notice how long it takes after that person has been identified for the communication process to take place, obviously Columbine is in the back of every educator's head. Columbine changed the way every single school conducts school on a daily basis. That changed our world, just like 9/11 changed our world when it comes to flights and airlines. So that being said, we want to do everything in the world we can to minimize the amount of time when a potential threat to student and staff safety is identified to when we communicate what should be done. And obviously we have different codes, okay? So we know what a code red is, a code yellow, a code blue, these kind of things. So we have the ability now to communicate that on something other than a two-way radio and the intercom. We have the most important piece of this system is the visible alert that, okay, this is a code system. Kids know what to do. Teachers know what to do when a specific code has been issued. Because as we all know, practice does not make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. We do multiple fire drills every year, multiple. How long has it been since there has been a death in a school because of a fire? Over 70 years. But yet we still do fire drills on a regular basis. How many times do we do a code red drill? And I asked this question to Kennesaw Mountain staff, and most of them did not know. And the answer is 2. Most of them said, oh, yeah, we do one. And I said, well, it's twice. Oh, yeah, we mean twice, once per semester. Yeah, that's what we do. But it's not to draw attention to the fact that we're not doing them. It's just that is not something that's well known because we don't have the same attention to that level of practice for that incident as we do a fire drill, a tornado drill, that kind of thing. So the other piece I want to describe about it is the ability, because it's technology, of utilizing communication methods differently. So it's not just an intercom, a two-way radio. What happens when a school has a code red, we're able to create a list of those individuals that need to know that. So, for example, at a high school, we have multiple public safety officers at that high school. So they immediately get notified to that code red, as well as it goes back to the dispatcher at public safety so that they can dispatch additional officers if needed. The level assistant superintendent will be on that list. I will be on that list. So we will know as soon as a code red is issued when it's taking place and where it's taking place. And to kind of get at, I'm going to circle back around to that initial impression of, well, I don't know if we need to give everybody that access to initiate it. So what I told the group, and this is one thing that we do cover very intensively in the training, is that while you do have the ability to issue a code red, you can't turn it off. And when it's on, the world is coming. So this is not a joking matter, which nobody took, but kind of everybody breathed a sigh of relief that this is very serious. And so, as a matter of fact, it takes a high-level administrator in public safety to disengage the code red. And then the system actually does a green symbol and an audible language saying it's all clear and that kind of thing. So it's very communicative. That's the bottom line. And so what I'm going to do is ask that we see the video, and then we've got Chief Story, Captain Pickett, and then obviously Officer Bradford here who took part in the training, and just want to get some statements from them as well. So if we can show the video.
Before teachers can begin to teach, before students can begin to learn, they all have to feel safe.
If the teaching staff or the kids do not feel safe or secure in the school environment while they're here, they're not going to fully be able to learn everything that we're trying to teach.
The Cobb County School District has not only trained its staff on safety measures, it is working to empower them too.
I appreciate you guys taking your time to go through this training.
Kennesaw Mountain High School and Bells Ferry Elementary are two proof-of-concept schools for a system called Alert Point, a crisis alert system.
I think one of the big things we're very excited about is the fact that by having each teacher with access to the system is going to increase the speed at which we can respond to any type of situation in the school.
As the staff at Kennesaw Mountain learned during training, the technology-based system is patterned after the school fire alarm systems.
It's been over 70 years since there's been a death because of a school fire. But that is really because of the communication, the processes, the systems in place. If a fire happens inside a school, everyone knows you quick hit a button. And everyone else knows, hey, when that starts going off with the sound, with the lights, you get out of the building.
Under Alert Point, employees can activate the system.
It can quickly, as you see, immediately go into a lockdown or a code red and notify all building occupants.
Not only do you have the flashing light, you have the beeps to get your attention. They got the flashing lights. The color code dictates what kind of code it is. And on a code red, it's lockdown, immediate danger, locks the lights out of sight.
It is a way to draw immediate attention to an emergency.
That there's an issue that needs to be dealt with. We're talking medical alert, or if there's some sort of confrontation or altercation or a security issue. The activation will, in fact, within 5 seconds, come up on the board. So, and there you go, staff member number one.
The person's location shows up on a monitor of the school's floor plan in the front office. It is also immediately displayed on the computers and mobile devices of administrators and police officers both in the building and throughout the district.
D has activated the alert. The alert comes up on the phone, so you just touch this and up it shows with a little red dot where in the building she is.
Anywhere on a school campus.
You're in a hallway. You're in the cafeteria, you're outside, you're at the tennis courts, the track, the football field, in between. It starts to get that attention right away and get responders on their way to you.
Here is a demonstration at Bells Ferry. When the button is activated,
Code red. Total school lockdown.
staff
Immediate
members
danger.
know what to do.
Locks, lights, out of sight. Code red. Total school lockdown.
This alert system here, they welcome it. They feel so much more secure.
Those testing Alert Point believe it offers help.
Quick response,
Right.
immediate response.
The staffs at Kennesaw Mountain and Bells Ferry will learn exactly how it works.
I want to hear feedback. If you want to shoot me an email directly, by all means, shoot me an email.
Safety is the district's #1 priority. For Cobb Ed TV, I'm Director of Communications, Donna Lowry.
So you kind of got a quick glimpse, and obviously we're not identifying how the employees activate the system for obvious reasons. But I think what we're finding too, and the reason I made that statement there at the end to the teachers or to the staff at Kennesaw Mountain is we do want feedback, because when you do a new system like this, that is a change. Some things are going to work great, and some things, okay, this kind of doesn't work as well as what we were doing. Sometimes it's just the change in the process and procedure. One of the things that wasn't totally identified is the employees have the opportunity to initiate the system without doing a code red, as the example with the employee there that was identified needing assistance. So anytime there's a fight, anytime there's a medical situation to where assistance is needed, you're not all the time going to be next to, and this is a perfect example for Kennesaw Mountain, they don't have the voice over IP system yet, where we have a phone in every classroom. So there is a dependency on legacy systems to communicate. And even with those schools that do have the voice over IP system, it's still, you're not always there at the phone, or you can't leave the situation and then go to a phone, go to a button. So being able to initiate that signal of help, and for the employees to understand that, yeah, this is real, this is serious, and it's not something to take lightly, obviously matters. So I'll ask if Ron or Wayne, or I will go ahead and ask Officer Bradford to come up and speak, because obviously he was the star of the training. And then obviously we'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Mr. Chair, board members, Mr. Superintendent, and executive cabinet staff. This is a truly exciting capability that has been begun. The process has begun. As we all know, our elementary schools have controlled access. The middle schools have controlled access. Our security, our more preeminent security concern has to do with the high schools. And they, by virtue of the ability of people to come in and out, no controlled access at the high schools, this system is truly exciting, because it does two primary things. It empowers every staff member to be a part of the security posture, the awareness in the school. Whereas currently, teachers are in the classroom, administrators are in their admin areas, and therefore the teachers in the classroom are awaiting instructions. Time translates into lives. And so this system empowers every staff member to be a part of that awareness, that security posture that can provide instantaneous response, a timely response within a matter of seconds. Now, if there's an issue that comes up, whether it be a medical alert or some sort of altercation or confrontation or security issue, a staff member, irrespective of where they're at on the campus, can activate this system and get the appropriate assistance from staff or from whomever to address that concern. And the true benefit, the most significant benefit, is that in an active shooter situation, the ability to respond quickly and timely, to get behind closed doors, irrespective of where you're at, in the hallways, or if you're still in a classroom, or you're out on the football field for practicing, or you're in the gymnasium or whatever it is. Every staff member has the ability to activate the code red, and by virtue of that activation, it's within 5 seconds. You now have campus-wide notification, a visual alert, as you saw on that hub in the ceiling. There's an audio message that's being sent out, and the ability to train to that circumstance gives you a capability that we have never had before, in particular in the high schools. So I've stressed it before, and I'd like to emphasize again, this is truly exciting. Safety and security is and should be paramount, because that's the foundation on which the ability to learn is maximized. This system will do that for our schools.
So kind of piggybacking on that a little bit, what's also important to realize and understand is that at a high school, things go on 24/7. And then obviously, as we're getting into football season, Friday nights at high school, we have a lot of people on campus, a lot of people in the stands. So this system still has that ability during a football game, because again, it doesn't matter where on campus you are, that it has the ability to communicate the said need so that we can get a response there. The other thing, too, that we want to stress is that once we do get total system implementation accomplished, I can go from central office to Hillgrove High School, and if I activate the system that I need assistance, not a code red, but activate the system I need assistance, it's going to see that it's Chris Ragsdale at Hillgrove High School in room 202. Because the way that you activate the system, and obviously we're being a little bit vague in what that is, but the way you activate the system follows you from school to school. So once we get it rolled out, employees that say teachers go from one location to another for a training, or for, if they're split between schools. We've got SSAs that go half-time from one school to the other. So that'll be a benefit for them. So, Ron, Wayne, you want to make any statements? Come on up. Wayne?
Wayne has already got something to say. I appreciate the opportunity, but I've been very impressed with this system. And besides just the safety and security, I like the time that we're notified. And when you talk about code reds and active shooters, which we should, but one thing I do like about the system is in an EMS situation, time is very relative to getting them assistance. So when you can get notified on my phone, I've already got the app on mine. So, the officers are notified right away. Our dispatcher's notified right away. We can make that call to EMS, fire, Cobb police, whichever, or Smyrna or Ackworth, where we're at. It saves a lot of time, which could mean saving a life.
And also, to kind of piggyback on his statement, we've mentioned dispatcher a few times in this conversation. I would just go out there and say we're probably the largest school district with the largest police force that's part of the school district, but I would say we're probably the only ones that has an active dispatcher that is also integrated to Cobb E911. So our dispatcher can integrate to Cobb to get additional resources should the situation need additional resources. That's why I said earlier, when a code red is issued, the world is coming. That literally, the world is coming if a code red is issued at a school. Wayne?
Well, as to both, I think everybody that's seen the system in action, it's a pretty exciting tool for law enforcement, for the safety of the school, safety of the district staff, and the children in the schools. The big thing that I can tell you in the 34 years of law enforcement experience, years of being on SWAT and tactical teams prior to coming to the district, this is a valuable tool beyond imagination. When you're talking about time, as the superintendent reflected a few minutes ago, time is life. The quicker we can get our actions in the school, lives are saved. And that was taught from Columbine. This system is basically a live breathing tool that can be set off by the teacher, can be set off by staff. But another benefit is, as the superintendent said, the system with our dispatcher, the way it's developed, if I'm monitoring Cobb County Police Department and all of a sudden they have a bank robbery and the suspect is running with a gun and he's coming across to Bells Ferry Elementary School, I can activate that call, code red. The dispatcher in our office can activate it without the principal even knowing. Before, we would have to pick up the phone and call, and you're going to get a volunteer answering the phone a lot of times, and then to be able to get the message across is a couple minutes minimum. This, it's immediate, push the button, I activate it, I'm going to pick up that phone and call because they're going to be calling me or vice versa. I can speak and tell them what I want after the initial fact. Immediate response, I want that school locked down. And that's the benefit of this. It's a live, breathing, working tool that will bring it could save a life, but it takes ownership for the district itself, not only from us being leaders providing the tools for the school, but it also brings ownership to the teachers and all the staff there. Everyone buys into this concept of school safety, and I think we can't go wrong.
So let me say, too, one of the reasons we do proof of concepts is so that we can get the right people engaged on the front end. And they, of course, would not say this about themselves, but you have Ron Story, who's been a deputy chief at Cobb PD, also served in military. Wayne, you just heard, he was on the SWAT team with Cobb. And also Officer Bradford was in Special Forces. So in all of those situations, planning and prep work goes into particular assignments and whatever the task is going to be. And so that's the expertise that we had, just like with CTLS. We're developing this system for our own utilization. This is not something we went out. Obviously, we purchased it from Alert Point, but the utilization of the system, we're able to design ourselves. For example, the hub that you saw there with the LED indicators, because it's LED technology, we can create our own color schemes. We don't have to rely on a company saying, okay, you get red, blue, and green. Well, we need yellow. Well, we don't have yellow. You get red, blue, and green. So we can create all of our different scenarios that, weather, hazmat, for example. When you have a hazmat experience or crisis, that can mean two things. You either need to stay in the building or you need to get out of the building. So we can develop different codes for whatever that situation is. And I'm glad you said this, that you're able to initiate the code red. For example, one of our officers was involved in apprehending the bank robbery suspect right after it happened with a Cobb PD officer, because our officers monitored the Cobb PD radios and was able to assist the Cobb PD and apprehend the bank robber down in Mableton. Yeah. So be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Sweeney.
Thank you. This is remarkable, and I think it's a fantastic addition to the safety programs at our schools. Appreciate what y'all do. I'm curious, and I'm like looking at the doors behind us, with the panic hardware on them and the hydraulic closures. Have we taken a look, and I think there's a device called the sleeve that's used for locking those types of doors. It prevents, somebody from pulling that door open or anything. Because like with panic hardware, to secure that door, usually it's like a hex key or an Allen wrench of some kind to lock that. And then I'm sure we have other legacy classrooms with older doors that may have those types of doors. So it's something that can be thrown up real quick in the absence that they don't have a key or something to lock the doors.
Yeah, exactly. We are looking at those types of situations for exactly what you just said, for the cafeteria, for example, or media center, those kind of things where you're not going to have the same locking mechanisms as you do in a classroom. And it is also, it's good to say, there's been a lot of people that's tried to promote different kind of magnets and these kind of things to keep a door from being locked during normal operation, and then crisis happens, you pull the magnet off. We all know when the crisis happens and it hits the fan, everything goes out the window. You forget everything unless you have been trained, like Special Forces or SWAT. That's what you've trained for. Our teachers don't train for an active shooter going on in a school. It's something you have to prepare for, but they're not trained for it. So when that crisis happens, panic sets in, and the survival instinct kicks in. Yeah, you're going to know to turn the lights off and lock the door, but fiddling with a magnet or fiddling with a key is time. And so that's why in SPLOS 5 I mentioned that we're going to rekey every single school. We're going to look at different options for classroom doors being locked. Because obviously there's different fire codes that don't allow you to do certain things in a classroom that we have to adhere to. But we want to make sure that we're able to provide the most secure and safe environment for our staff when they're in the school.
Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Superintendent, do we have a timeline on the proof of concept?
Yeah, the proof of concept is basically complete. So we're going to start rolling out the implementation district-wide. I'm not going to say which schools we're going to start with, obviously for security reasons, but we're going to roll this out district-wide. It's not going to be overnight because obviously we want to have as little disruption to the schools as we can. But we're going to have this as a priority implementation. It's just, I'm not going to say how long it's going to take, but it's not going to be overnight. But we are starting with the rollout.
One of the concerns I've had, this is activated by an application, right, for an iPhone or whatever device?
I can't tell you.
Okay. Well, whatever device is being utilized, that means every person is going to have that on their persons at all times. Am I correct in my thinking?
You're correct in your thinking, but let's not go down that path any further.
Okay. Okay. I think, do we have plans on how we're going to communicate this capability to our communities?
Yeah, I mean, obviously this presentation is online. We've created the video for exactly that reason, because the parents and the community members need to understand that we do take staff and student safety as a top priority. And our commitment to that priority in identifying the system and customizing the system specifically for our utilization, that's how we're going to communicate that to the community. How specifically how specifically it's activated and utilized, we're not going to get into a lot of details, but the community understanding that public safety, regardless of where they are, the principal, regardless of where they are, have the ability to activate a code red lockdown, a code yellow. Code yellow is just as important because, people would be surprised at how many times we have a code yellow because there is a chase going on of good guys and bad guys in the vicinity of a school. Code yellow simply means, that you lock the perimeter of the building down and you maintain standard operating procedure that you're engaged in, so we don't interrupt teaching. Code red, as you heard in the video, lights out, lock the door. It's a total lockdown. And it's also good because as we do this implementation in a school and we do the training, it's good to have a reminder to all the staff members of, how serious it is and how real it is. Just like, we had active shooter at, I believe it was a Penske warehouse, right? Penske, the truck rental place. So it can happen anywhere. It can happen anytime, and you know, there's no way to prevent that from happening. There's just not. But you have to be prepared for when and if it does happen. And just as Wayne mentioned, time is life in a situation like this. And not to just focus on active shooter, but you also heard them say on EMS, you know, when you have a medical emergency for a student, the quicker you can get somebody there. We've had already 2 events that I know of this year where our school nurses intervened and saved a life. And because they were there and intervened quickly, it saved that person's life. And in one regard, it was a student that I know of. So the communication and quickly communicating is the most important part of it.
And that's a good thing. One other question. I think you said we're paying for this implementation through SPLOST. Is that 4?
It's both 4 and 5.
Okay,
right.
So it's over a long period, several years duration.
No, it won't be several years, but it will be more than a minute.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Banks. Mr. Scamahorn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Couple real quick questions. If I understand Chief Story, does this, if I'm, and I'm not trying to get into specifics, but if I'm out on the football field and I see somebody with a weapon, that'll pinpoint where I am, yes. Identify me, and also, okay, next question is, if I have an active shooter within the building and he or she's going from room to room or moving down the hall, can staff hear something rattling? Can I reinitiate the system so that law enforcement knows where the perpetrator is?
Yes, each staff member can set it off. So if you're in classroom 202 and a staff member is, say, in 310 because he changed hallways, they activate, the code will go off. Again. The red light will, pinpoint where they're at.
Okay, so
each time a different person hits the alert, then that lights up on. So we'll have a screen kind of like this where the dispatcher has and the school has. It has the floor plan of the school. That has each classroom hallway, so the dots show.
Yeah, that's the part of the time saving besides the efficiency of notifying.
Exactly, because the dispatchers can tell the officer room 212
and before
or
the
hallway 100, or they're on the football field, whatever.
But before the officer gets there, if the perpetrator was moving, then the dispatcher can say, okay, or all right, good, and that's fantastic. It really is. So, and either way, what happens if the electricity goes off?
The system still functions.
Good. Okay. And Mr. Ragsdale,
can I just say we probably should limit tactical discussions. I think we'll stick to the notice, and that's a good thing. But for obvious reasons, I might encourage board members to just have discussions, maybe at the break, with officers about tactics and things like that.
Sure, bust my balloon. No, my intent, and thank you, Mr. Doyle. My intent is, I think, not to specifics, but the more information we get out about this system, that's even going to make us even more safer. Because I'm not, you don't break into places that are already locked up and secure, and you don't attack a position that's already been fortified.
Yeah, and that was a good point to make, that you can't just kill the power to the building and the system stops functioning. So that it will remain functional when power is out.
Okay. All right. I've been cut off, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Well, thank you very much. This is encouraging, and the idea that the EMS can be summoned is something that is real. That's probably, hopefully, we would see more of that. And so, gentlemen, thank you for your presentation. And just as a side note, just I was checking, it's been 31 years since the Edmond, Oklahoma shooting, where the term going postal originated, and there were 14 victims, and it just so happens the family of one of those victims now resides in Cobb County. So it's just kind of a reminder that these things, sad that we have to discuss it, but that we've made so much progress. So thank you very much. Now, okay. All right. So now we're ready to go into board agenda items.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Agenda item number 1 is the monthly recurring item for disposal of property per District Administrative Rule DO-R.
Okay. Consent agenda without objection. All right. Sorry, Mr. Banks has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have hundreds of items that are being surplused or being sold for salvage. It's been a long time since we talked about the criteria on how we determine what is to be surplused or sent to salvage, particularly the items of computer equipment, technology equipment, which is hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of computers and scanners and printers and so forth. So could you give us a quick rundown on what the criteria is on determining when a computer is just no use to the school system?
Right. So computers specifically, generally speaking, it's that's either the computer is non-functional, it's broken, or it has been refreshed. And refreshed meaning that that computer has been replaced, it's out of warranty, and it's been replaced with a newer computer from the SPLOST funds that are meant for refresh purposes. Now, if the computer is still functional, sometimes they will be put out for bid by the procurement department to where salvaged equipment can be purchased. Sometimes it's not a given. Sometimes where computers are concerned, I know when we first started, we actually had an agreement with Dell Computers that they would take the surplus computers at their expense. They would take those off-site, and then they would did multiple things. They would rebadge them and then send them to other countries that had needs for older technologies, that kind of thing. A lot of times we run into the situation where you're going to refresh a computer lab, and then you have teachers saying, "Oh, well, let me grab 2 of those computers because I need to do A, B, and C in the classroom," and it's rare, but sometimes we will allow that to take place. It really depends on the situation, though, because the last thing we can afford to do, literally, is have older technology, it being utilized, and then it's easy to say, well, okay, you can have this one computer, but we're not going to be able to support it. Well, the field tech that goes into the classroom to fix the computer is going to fix the computer. And so it's really a tough situation to get into. So that being said, generally we surplus that, and it's a situation to where the way our board policies work, the board actually has to vote to surplus the equipment before we can start entertaining other options as far as disposal of the equipment. Because technology especially, there are a lot of companies that will pay for surplus technology, and they do different things with it. But our board policy requires the board to vote to dispose of that actually before it can leave the school site, not just the district site, but the school site. So you guys would have to vote to dispose of equipment before we could consolidate it at the warehouse and then bundle it up for bids and that kind of thing. So sometimes it seems like cart before the horse, but we're just adhering to policies. I'll give you another example. Sometimes what we'll do is we will surplus projectors, for example. When we're refreshing a school and the projectors are still functional, we certainly don't want to open them up and take the bulbs out and these kind of things to try to use them as spare bulbs, but we certainly can save the projectors to use as hot swaps when something else is going down, like, for example, in portable units and those kind of things. So A great example of that is as we move forward, as we saw at Mountain View and Walton when we did the ribbon cutting ceremonies there, all the classrooms now have interactive flat panels. So there are touch screens in every single classroom there. So obviously there's no projector, there's no speakers, there's no amp, there's no ceiling tiles being disrupted and those kind of things. So that's a benefit moving forward. But moving forward, you'll see a lot more projectors being surplus so that we can get them to the warehouse to either sell them to bring some revenue into the district, or utilize them as hot swaps out of the warehouse until we get full implementation across the district.
Okay.
Now, that's just a few examples of technology.
Yeah. Now, my understanding is our computers have a special operating system based on education and the site license. What's the limitations on what we have to do in order when we surplus? What do we have to do to compensate for these requirements?
Yeah, that's a very good question. It's not a special operating system, but it pertains to the license, actually. We have purchased licensing through Microsoft that allows us to use the same basically license code as we image computers, so that we don't have to do an individual installation on every single computer. And to be able to have, and that brings up, you're kind of reiterating or making my point, basically. For us to sell a computer, we actually have to wipe the hard drive because we can't sell it with Microsoft Office on it or Microsoft Windows, whatever version we're using, because that license pertains to our license agreement. It's not like I went to Best Buy and purchased a desktop that's got Windows 10 and Microsoft Office, 13 on it. And then I sell it to somebody and that license goes with the computer because it was individually installed on the computer. It's different for us. So we have to wipe the hard drive totally or remove the hard drive, which nobody's going to buy a piece of technology without the hard drive. But that's what we would have to take on, which is one of the primary reasons I mentioned the Dell agreement that we had with Refresh, because they agree to do all of the security wipes required for us. So we have an agreement in place where that happened. Now, this is not today. This was years ago. But still, that's why we don't normally sell surplus computers to individuals. Also, security is a great concern. We have a level security wipe that's required for technology, but also for copiers. You remember the media did a story on the businesses that were surplusing copiers and not realizing they had a hard drive in them. And then all the documents that were scanned or copied or what have you on the copier were located on the hard drive. So when they surplused it, whoever got it also got those copies if they so desired to utilize those. So same thing with copiers. It's required that we do a security wipe on those as well, which we do.
One other question. These replacement computers, are they still using the rotary disk drives, or have we gone to solid state?
It still varies. It still varies. There are still platters in hard disk drives today. A lot of the laptops, most of the laptops have gone to solid state, but it's not across the board. So we still have both.
Okay, but we're migrating in that direction,
well,
solid state, or is
not necessarily. It's funny how technology has progressed as far as the hardware goes, but it's totally different today. What's in the classroom than was when I first started in education in '92. What the computers were, So that obviously many moons have passed and technology has progressed. We don't really have requirements down to that level. We really focus on speed of the processor and amount of memory.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sir, Mr. Banks. Mr. Scamahorn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, I assume, Mr. Superintendent, we're still doing this, but part of the surplus, I think we also support our computer repair classes. So, and quite a few of those go to there and are reused, and reused until we get down to the ID tag, and then we basically send a tag in. Okay, thank you. So we're doing good things. I meant that as a compliment that you're doing everything you can to make sure our equipment's being used as efficient. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so still no objection to putting this on the consent agenda. All right, item number 2.
All right, I'll ask Mr. Adams to come and bring items 2 and 3.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Seeing it's 11:30, I'm standing between you and lunch. I will be brief. Item number 2, recommendation to approve easements for Bryant Elementary School and Kell High School. The first one at Bryant Elementary School, as you can see there, Georgia Power requesting a very small easement in order to install a power pole or complete the installation of a power pole on the property to route it to existing portables. And then the second one relating to Kell High School, Lloyd Development Services, a private developer, is requesting an easement essentially to hook up an underground sewer line to the underground sewer line that runs beneath the property at Kell High School. You'll notice in that case that the developer is going to actually pay the district $11,975. So we recommend you approve these easements for Bryant and Kell High School at no cost to the district.
Okay, Mr. Banks.
On the Bryant Elementary School, that power pole, why are they having to put it at that particular location? Go ahead.
No, that's the location they determine is best to accommodate their underground power lines, which then the power pole will hook up to and hook up to portables in that area.
When it says new, it's not a replacement, it's a brand-new pole?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just was concerned why it had to be in that particular location. Why couldn't it be further away from the school building itself? So, but just my curiosity. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? All right, with that consent, all right. We're ready for item 3, sir.
Thank you, sir. Item 3, recommendation to phase out existing buildings at Osborne High School. And let me preface this by saying this is not intended to be a comprehensive presentation on future construction at Osborne. This is merely an item. Osborne, as you know, is scheduled to receive a largely new facility. We're going to be replacing facilities that predate 2004. Essentially the core instructional units. In order to proceed with the next phase of that process, the next phase of which would be demolition of the older facilities, we're requesting the board approve phase-out of the existing buildings at Osborne High School that will be replaced. There's a listing of the buildings for you, and then we will then, if the board approves this resolution, we'll submit this to the DOE and allow us to begin that demolition process, and then ultimately to receive capital outlay funds for the buildings that are being replaced at Osborne High School.
Discussion? All right. Yeah, sure, Mr. Scamhorn.
Just real quick, did I understand there's a list of buildings that are slated? I don't see it.
I can give it to you. It's essentially the buildings that predate 2004. The main building that houses admin and the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 600 hallways. The auxiliary gym, the 800 building, that's ROTC, art, CTA, special ed, and the 900 building, which is science.
One thing that's throwing me off, and I'm not objecting or anything, but 2004 buildings are still fairly new, so I'm not following that. When you say predate 2004, that's still a new building. So are we just demoing part of it, or?
We're demoing the things that we think needed to be replaced that in the core instructional. Typically, those predated 2004. Some of these buildings date back to 1961.
That I understand. That's the 2004s sticking with me. So,
I mean, generally, the buildings at Osborne on the campus range in age. We are going to attempt to still utilize some of the newer buildings, which are generally less than 10 years old, so 10 years old and less. That's why it goes up to 2004. That's not to say, a building that was built in 2004 is decrepit and run down and those kind of things. But in the overall, because remember, this is a total rebuild of Osborne, so it encompasses all of the buildings that are going to need to be replaced. And it might be a situation to where, for example, a part of a building was added onto that's been 2004, but the major part of the building was built in 1961 kind of thing. So to replace the entire building, we just have to identify that as a date range so that we get all the buildings necessary to be replaced for the rebuild.
With your concurrence, I'd like to get more information, but not necessarily here. I mean,
Yeah, that's
I don't
fine.
want to waste
Yeah,
the board's
absolutely.
time. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Okay, Ms. Thayer.
And for clarity also, Mr. Adams, these won't be demolished until the new structures are built because we're using them to house students right now. Is that correct?
We'll have a more detailed phase-in plan for you, exactly what's going to happen when we bring the item back. But the architect is working with the school to try to figure out exactly what we're going to do when. Osborne is a very complex process,
Right.
somewhat similar to Walton, that it's got a fairly small footprint and will require a sizable commitment of portable classrooms. So we'll bring you a more detailed breakdown of exactly what we're going to do when.
So let me ask that point blank, answer that point blank rather. We will have to demolish buildings and move students into portables because the layout, to what John was saying, the layout between Walton and Osborne is 180 degrees different. At Walton, we were able to, like it was a benefit, at Walton, we had to construct a building that was multi-story because of the layout of the plat of land that we had. So for that reason, we were able to leave the existing buildings where students were and then construct the new building on the site that was presented. And that was able to be done without portable units because the entire school basically was left intact. At Osborne, the buildings are so compact, they're not connected, but they might as well be because you've got literally a sidewalk separating buildings. So now obviously the demo will not take place while students are there. It's going to be more similar to Wheeler's situation. If you remember when Wheeler was getting their rebuild, we had 30 some odd portables in the parking lot, and then literally we demoed up to a wall in the building, and then it from that point forward was new construction taking place, and then literally on the other side of that wall, students were having school. So it's going to be more similar to Wheeler's construction situation than Walton's situation just because of the layout of the school campus, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Scammahorn?
Thanks. I just wanted to remind, and I know Mr. Parker's still a young whippersnapper. He probably doesn't remember this, but when we, on one rebuild in North Cobb, we even had to split that front hallway and had to make sure the students, it was a one-way hallway. And there was construction on to redo the front. And we had about 24 trailers out in the parking lot, which did away with a lot of student parking also. So it can be done and whatever. So anyway, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if it pleases the board, since there does not appear to be any SPLOST-related items, my recommendation would be that the F&T committee not meet. We don't have any SPLOST items for them to consider for the upcoming agenda. Does that make sense?
If there's no objection, we'll accept your recommendation.
Number 3,
There's no SPLOST
that's
expenditures.
discussion.
no expenditure.
Yeah. Okay, so if we can inform the F&T committee, great, thank you.
Okay. All right, now we've come to, we need to recess into executive session. No?
Land and personnel.
For land and personnel. Do I have a motion? All right. Scott raised his hand, Susan seconded. Mr. Sweeney, Ms. Thayer, all right?
So we're make a motion that we adjourn to executive session to discuss land and personnel matters.
There we go. All right. So we got to say, all in favor? Aye. Raise your hand. All right, that's good. So we should be back in an hour. Can we do it? I know, but
Just say 12:45.
all right. I'm going to say 12:45 because the superintendent said so. All right. Okay, it's 1 p.m. and we are back from executive session. If there's no objection, we will continue our meeting. And I think the next thing is items requiring action from executive session. Mr. Ragsdale?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'm going to ask John Adams to bring all items requiring action following executive session.
Thank you, sir. I'm pleased to present the Human Resources Personnel Report for today. The administration recommends the approval of identified employment actions of those individuals listed on the Personnel Action Report as discussed in executive session. We have 3 principal level and higher position recommendations. Recommend Robin Baumgarten for appointment to Director, Haven Academy, effective August 10th, 2017. Recommend Emily Hanlon, appointment to Executive Director, Food Nutrition Services, effective September 25, 2017. And recommend Gretchen Walton, appointed to Compliance Officer, Academic Division, effective August 10, 2017. And this concludes the personnel report.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. We have a motion that we accept the personnel report. Mr. Scamahorn, do I hear a second? Mr. Banks, all those in favor? Okay. All right, we're missing one. Mr. Wheeler, right? You with us? All right. Okay, 6-0. Mr. Morgan is not with us at the moment. All right, now we have the approval of the agenda. If there's no objection, our agenda is approved. So that brings us to board member comments. Let's start with Mr. Scamahorn, sir. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to take the opportunity to go back to the first day of first day of school video. I've got a couple questions for the superintendent, if I may.
All right, now, his drugs may have worn off, so, but, all right, we'll give it a shot. Mr. Banks.
He's smart, no matter which way it goes. Since the first day of school, we take account, do we have the numbers of students that actually walk through our doors, and do we have a number of the new students that had not been students previously?
So total number of students after the no-shows have been removed is hovering around the 110 mark. Now, granted, that's not the number to go with because we always see a bump in that number as we go. So preliminarily, though, that's the number that we're dealing with. And to give you an idea of how much that fluctuates, day one count, we were at 114. Okay, so that's before no-shows have been removed. Okay. So no-shows have started to be pulled out, but again, we're going to be doing another 10-day count anyway. But even further into that, when we get the FTE count in October, that'll be the true number.
Right. Do we know how many new students are coming in?
I don't think we do at this point, no.
Okay. I was just curious to see, because I'm thinking about the demographic studies where we're, right. Projections, and last year I think we were, 113,000. So 110, that's a big variance.
That's right.
But the first week does change a lot.
Absolutely, yeah, especially the first month.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay. I was just curious. Thank
Sure.
you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Banks. Okay, now we'll go with board remarks. Mr. Scamahorn, start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I would like to extend a great congratulations to the superintendent and the staff, to all the schools. I don't believe I've ever had an opening that I didn't get several phone calls. I personally have not got one phone call this year. None. Not heard anything. Now, I was out of town for the last week and a half, so I haven't got a chance to check Facebook, but I'm not hearing any rumblings there. So that speaks well of our selecting of our folks, our training, and where we're going. Also, I've heard that our class sizes are fairly even already, and I see Ms. Stoddard is shaking her head and that she's being able to sleep, I think. Cat naps, how's that? So just outstanding. I can't believe that any other district is, particularly one our size, is operating like we are. So kudos to all of you. So And then the other very important item is keep your thoughts and prayers in mind for the following families of these individuals. Lieutenant Aaron W. Allen, Southport Police Department, into watch Thursday, July the 27th, 2017. Deputy Sheriff Jason Fan, Yoakum County Sheriff's Department, Texas, end of watch Saturday, August the 5th, 2017. Clinton, Missouri, Police Officer Gary Lee Michael, Jr., end of watch Sunday, August the 6th. And then Detective Elsie Yarborough, Abilene Police Department, Texas, end of watch Sunday, August the 6th, 2017. Please keep these families in your thoughts and prayers. These folks are heroes that go to the and face danger on our behalf, and without them, we would have chaos. And I can't imagine the courage and fortitude that our officers serving our communities throughout this country have to muster every day to go to work. And so congratulations to those that can do that job. And yield back, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scammahorn. Ms. Thayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chastain. I want to, just like everyone else, congratulate everyone about the smooth starting of school. It's amazing everything that it takes to get this big organization back into work. The HR department has to interview so many applicants, and they work so hard on that, and principals interviewing teachers and getting that staff together, and custodians getting hallways sparkling and clean, and all of our maintenance departments getting everything back in shape, and then teachers getting the classrooms looking so cute. It just amazes me every year the creativity they have there. It's just absolutely amazing and encouraging to walk into those classrooms and see things. So to everyone, thank you so much for all that you do to make our school system and our classrooms look so inviting and exciting for our students. So we appreciate everything you do, and hope the whole school year is an amazing, exciting place for everyone. I do also want to congratulate Mary Mullins, who is our art teacher at King Springs Elementary. She was just named by the Georgia Art Education Association as the Elementary Art Educator of the Year. So congratulations to Mary, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thayer. Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thing I want to say about the balanced calendar is I concur with Ms. Jackson's statement about let's keep the template as it is so that the community can rest assured that they know exactly what our schedule is for the coming years. Also, I want to talk about the first day of school and the bus ride I took. I've got hopefully a picture of Miss Mercedes Goober, who has been driving a bus, there it is, for 34 years. But I did meet a lady doing these rides that has been driving a bus for 38 years. So we've got some long-term bus drivers. I got the privilege of riding with Mercedes Monday morning, and I missed that afternoon, so I made it up on Tuesday at the 1:30 run. So that was quite of an experience, and we had one high school sleeper on the way. So our policy is you have to make the route again, or part of it. So that was a learning experience. Also, I want to comment, I think Mr. Morgan's comments about training and principals and leadership. I think the superintendent has taken the initiative to provide leadership training and for our staff. And I also make comment that Cobb County school system is kind of like an incubator for future superintendents. I go back to Gordon Fritz, who is now the superintendent of Douglas County. Philip Lanier, who I think went to Clark County. Greg Ewing went to New Mexico for a district there. And there may be some others not coming to mind right now, but who?
Grant Rivera.
Oh, that's right. Grant Rivera went to Marietta High School. So there's been, over the years, and recently, there's been a lot of executive staffs that have gone on to bigger and better things. So, like I'll say again.
James Wilson went to Fulton.
James Wilson went to Fulton way back, but he came out of Cobb County also. So, to reiterate, Cobb County, like I say, is kind of an incubator for future superintendents, and not only in Georgia but over the whole nation. Also, I want to make a comment about the Mountain View ribbon cutting. Had a big turnout on the 27th. There were some old alumni. Frank Wigington was there. He had some pictures of when he went to school at Mountain View. He shared those with us. And Carolyn Meadows was also a student at Mountain View. And my oldest daughter was a student at the old Mountain School before they tore it all down. And I also want to say that the Pope Roundabout has worked out pretty good. I've had no complaints. It seems to be, the students, I think, has adapted to the going around in a circle. So, but I do also want to say to our teachers, our principals, all of our staffs, this year has been a fantastic year as far as starting a school. It doesn't happen by accident. We have a lot of people that do a lot of planning. They put things in place, new personnel, new training, and with the rollout of CTLS, there has been a tremendous amount of training that the public doesn't realize yet, but hopefully we'll be able to educate them as to what our school system is doing for not only our students, but for our community. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Banks. Ms. Thayer, you had something else?
I did overlook one thing. I wanted to thank our superintendent for stepping up to the plate for Georgia PTA and writing a letter in support of efforts to try to get that organization back in the right focus. That was a very good gesture and done at exactly the right time. And I also wanted to thank the many parents that we had who stepped up in that effort also and spent much time and effort. And Connie Jackson's worked very hard in that effort too. So we really appreciate everything many of our Cobb County people did to help correct some bad situations there and get the organization focused back where it needed to be. So thank you all for that.
Thank you, Ms. Thayer. Mr. Scammahorn, would you like a second?
Just real quick, the other side of the coin that my fellow board member mentioned, all the superintendents that went, it's not just that. Ms. Stoddard came back to help us. Mr. Adams came back. Mary Elizabeth Davis, she came in. Mr. Daniels agreed to step up with some sacrifice on his part. And then last but not least, our superintendent that has this uncanny ability, and hopefully he can bottle it and settle it, to get good people and to continually rotate through and the encouragement that the folks that want to move on can move on with his blessing and our blessing to advertise our brand. So I wanted to make sure that I probably left somebody out, Mr. Superintendent, so you'll have to help me. Thank you.
Mr. Wheeler.
Well, thank you. Mr. Johnson came back as well. I believe Mr. Cliff Cole, the Paulding County recently retired superintendent, a former Cobb young man.
Wonder what the superintendent promised them. No, never mind.
I'd like to note last month former Cobb County School Administrator Billy Blocker passed away. I had the opportunity to meet him at a retired luncheon. He made a big, very positive impression on me about the way the system used to be and the things that went on. And he was a fellow Berry grad and a good man. And I wanted to, like I say, recognize him. In closing, Mr. Adams out there shared the kindergarten, first grade, preschool bus ride to Kemp Elementary with me. We had a wonderful time. And Mr. Banks, we have a photograph of that, but it's been archived, so I don't know if that'll come out in the past. But that was a good experience, and it's good to see the district people out there with the community and staff, and it was a good ride.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to welcome everyone back for 2017-2018 school year, and looking forward to the great accomplishments of the school district. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Echo of my colleagues' comments relative to the new school year. It is a great start. And also want to extend great kudos to the opening for Walton High School. Nick Parker and his team with the SPLOST department did a remarkable job getting that project done. The architects, the construction teams, and everybody. I've remarked to many people within the community that of projects of this size and scope, it's not uncommon for board members to hear complaints, to hear neighbors, for example, suggesting that why didn't you do things this way, or why am I enduring all of this noise? During the construction of the project, I received no comments, no negative comments whatsoever. Present at the opening, Senator Johnny Isakson, Congresswoman Karen Handel, fellow board members, other local dignitaries and so forth were there, and it was a remarkable ceremony. And just kudos to the staff, the SPLOST program, the teachers and the administrators for the yeoman's job of getting everything inside of that building and organized in time for an on-time school opening. It was really amazing. I also want to give a shout out to Wheeler High School. Wheeler High School will be receiving their STEAM certification. I believe Superintendent Mr. Ragsdale will be there, but in addition, Georgia State School Superintendent Richard Woods will be there. So it's science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. So they're already STEM certified, but they'll be adding the arts designation for the STEAM certification. And then also to the East Cobb Rotary. East Cobb Rotary is a sponsor of the AVID program at Wheeler High School. And AVID is known as the Advancement via Individual Determination Program. Their mission is to close the achievement gap by preparing all students for college readiness and success in a global society. And they describe themselves as not just another program, it's a philosophy. Hold students accountable to the highest standards, provide academic and social support, and they will rise to the challenge. And very appreciative for East Cobb Rotary's participation there as well. At Dickerson Middle School, we have a Grammy Award nominee in Mr. Scott Brown, who leads the percussion department at that school. But one other thing as well is that Mr. Brown and his percussion ensemble have been invited to participate in a remarkable program. It's a national program, and they're the only middle school in the country to be invited to that particular percussion program. Lastly, on the Georgia PTA side, I want to congratulate my F&T committee appointee, Karen Hallisey, who is the new president-elect of the Georgia PTA. Locally, Lori Sweet, who is also from Cobb County, being elected as the secretary. It was a remarkable effort that they did, not only from a parliamentarian standpoint to basically be able to get their slate on board, but also to become elected. And I think the Georgia PTA leadership going forward is going to be in a very strong position. Thank you very much, and that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. Mr. Ragsdale.
Yeah, so just following along on the comments Mr. Sweeney made about Walton, we also had the state superintendent in attendance for the ribbon cutting, as well as Mark Elgart, who heads up SACS. And I made the comment to Mark as we were sitting there, it's not too often that you're in the same room with the majority of your board, the state superintendent, and the head of SACS, and it's a good thing. So that was a unique opportunity that we had. I, too, want to just thank everybody, all of our employees, members of the team, for such a smooth start. And I especially want to thank our teachers for allowing me the opportunity to say in all of the interviews that we have high expectations for our students because of what our teachers do. And it's because of what our teachers do that we're able to say that. And speaking of teachers and recognitions thereof, our District Teacher of the Year at each level, elementary, I want to congratulate Stacy Pitts of Vaughn Elementary, Nicole Kempson at middle school at Lindley 6th Grade Academy, and Holly Hoover at high school at Kennesaw Mountain High School. Congratulations to all three of those. And whoever the District Teacher of the Year turns out to be, we fully anticipate that they will move on to be the State Teacher of the Year. Also, I had the opportunity to speak to in the Atlanta Braves Leadership Institute. And this is something that obviously is inaugural for us as having the Braves in Cobb County. But we had 68 students from each one of our high schools, not 68 total, and each high school was represented. Their parents came, the students were very attentive, and it was just an awesome experience, and an awesome experience to be able to see what they are going to be able to take part in as being part of that Leadership Institute. And again, I said then, I'll say again, I so appreciate the partnership that we have with the Atlanta Braves. They have just been a true definition, an example of what a partner in education should be. Not only to the surrounding schools, because I know they've done some things individually, like for Osborne, for example, for their athletic program, but for the district in whole. And I will also take this opportunity to say that I did stay for the game Saturday, in which we beat the Marlins. And normally, I hate to admit, but I will, I'm one of the ones that likes to get out early ahead of traffic. And I was like, well, I think I'll just hang around. Even though we were ahead 7-2 in the ninth, I stayed until the very end because I wanted to see. It was an almost capacity crowd that night, and I truly wanted to see what the traffic was. And it took me 10 minutes to get out of the stadium parking deck to 41, and I was out. So all of the traffic naysayers, I hate to burst the bubble, but it's not a big deal, and I think the benefits of having the Braves in Cobb are truly a benefit, especially to the school district, where our SPLOST is concerned. I've already mentioned the article, but I'll mention it again. That was in Learning Council that outlined what we're doing with CTLS. Again, I'm glad to see that our district, not any one individual, but our district is getting the attention nationally that we so well deserve because of the great things that we're doing for teachers and students. And I'll end on a similar comment. I got an email today from a friend of mine that I went to high school with, and he worked in the county government in Paulding for a long time, so we were able to keep in touch, and obviously didn't keep close in touch because I didn't know he'd moved. But he had moved to Florida last year into the Orlando area. And he sent me an email, and he said, I just want to let you know how much we all hear about how bad the schools are in Georgia and how great the schools are in Florida. And he said that could not be for a high school in Cobb County over the best high school in the county in which he is in, to the point that he made reference that he would probably not have his 3 kids in public school because of that. So he just wanted to give me a shout out and say, just keep up the good work. And Cobb County schools are head and shoulders above those that he has the opportunity to visit and to be in. So again, the success of that is attributable to none other than our teachers for the hard work that they do, but our team approach. You know, I've said it many times about our mission statement. It's not just words on a business card or on a plaque or something, but our team members truly believe and live our mission, and it shows. And it's great to hear. You know, it's unfortunate that people have to leave to understand how good they have had it. But when you do get that reinforcement and confirmation that you're doing good things, it's great to share. And so I wanted to leave that with the board and also all of our employees, that people do recognize the great things that this school district does. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Ragsdale. Mr. Sweeney, one more.
Seems today's the day for the second go-around. When I was speaking of Mr. Scott Brown at Dickerson, I failed to mention the event that they're actually going to be in, and that's the 2018 National Percussion Festival. And again, it's the only middle school in the country invited to that event under his leadership.
That is fantastic. Well, I've just got one thing. The Friday before classes started, I was invited to visit the faculty meeting at Pittner Elementary, and I think the appointment, I was told to be there around 1:30. And I was running late from another appointment, you know, feeling like, oh, gosh, you should know to show up 15 minutes before. But anyway, but it turns out as I went in the front door, the lady at the front door, she said, well, everybody's running late right now anyway. So I go back to the media center, find my seat. Everybody's there. And Principal Dr. Hosey has just started talking. And so I'm catching this part talking about the superintendent coming by to visit the school, and he gave the superintendent the tour. And I'm just thinking, well, you know, what does Chris never get around? It turns out it was Richard Woods, our state school superintendent. And because Dr. Woods was at Walton, I asked him, I said, so I'm just curious, it was a surprise visit. He had been at a meeting at KSU most of the morning, and before he headed back south towards Atlanta, he said, there's a school right over here off 75. Let's just go pop in and visit it. And so he just went in. He just wanted to see what was going on, and I thought that was kind of cool. Because, you know, people get busy schedules, and on an afternoon after lunch with all the traffic you can anticipate, you don't expect somebody to say, oh, let's just run over here and pay a visit. So he spent about 20 minutes or so, I guess, visiting Pittner Elementary, and I want to thank him for that and for that kind of leadership that we have in Georgia. And if there's no objection, this meeting is adjourned.